think it's this one. I might be wrong. Let me double check. Looks right. All right, well. New fort. Reign of Terror, which is kind of my nickname for it, or like Project Reign of Terror, I suppose. Yeah, this is it. So my nickname for this world is Reign of Terror, basically. And I don't know what faction to play yet. There's kind of... What's funny is I think I've actually had another fortress called the Ring of Barricades. I just really like the name, the Rag of Suns, so I think we're probably going to do that. But if I go up north here, this is where we're settling. And this is already decided, because we decided this the other day. But we're settling in this. Now, this, I don't know where in this. Yeah, it's only, there's Sinister, and then there's also Haunted. I think we might do the Haunted tile, and the reason we might do the oh no, except that's, that's a conifer forest. Although we could split between two and have conifer and then have the double biome, which is half moist tropical broadleaf forest and then tropical conifer forest. So that one is haunted, and then this one is sinister. The Rag of Suns. It is a good name, isn't it? It's like I said, like I think I might just take that one just because it's such a good name. They both have shallow clay and very deep soil and deep metals. I don't know what else they have, if anything. Then there's also hold up. What are those biomes? Tropical conifer forest. Okay, so that the moist tropical broadleaf forest kind of wraps around here. It's the darker color, which is haunted. I think we might do it like this, like that spot right there. Only one metal. Yeah, but you know, I've moved around on here in a few spots, and none of them have more. They all only have deep metal. I mean, if I go all the way down here, this one has shallow metal and deep metals and a flexstone layer, but it's not the moist tropical broadleaf forest, which is the problem, right? It's just the tropical shrubland, which would be probably more. I mean, there's actually a not haunted moist tropical broadleaf forest. Actually, no, that one is haunted. Okay, actually, hold on. We could do this. Although it does have a light aquifer, which is fine. But that's a sinister moist tropical broadleaf forest. And it has the shallow and deep metals. So we could do this. Actually, this has 3 biomes. What's that? Moist tropical broadleaf, tropical shrubland, and conifer forest. Okay, so that is way more metal. We could do this. We also could like zoom around, but that's also like right on the front doorstep of goblins, which isn't, you know, bad. It's just on the doorstep of goblins. It's I don't want to be on a varied aquifer. You need to complete the whole of Morrowind again? How long does that take you? Completing the whole of Morrowind? Long-term fort. If it was a day fort, it would say day fort in the title. No, we are embarking and keeping this fort alive until the end of October. It's basically just going to be the weekends fort. I haven't done day forts in a while because I kind of ran out of things to keep it interesting for me. And like, there's only so much you can do in one stream in DF, you know? So I've just kind of decided that we're going to wait for a little bit and keep that show on hiatus, probably until the Steam version comes around, actually, for day forts. But, hi, Robotic Ronald. What up? But yeah, that's kind of the plan. Is we are gonna try and keep this fort alive until October. The point of this fort is, would it be fair to say Halloween? That's kind of the point of this fort, is to be kind of Halloween, kind of a Halloween-y thing. We started a co-op. Co-op of what? Also, here's a Reddit thread if anybody wants to help us out specifically. I'm just like staring at this and trying to decide if this will work. Because it is 3 biomes. And it is like... There is no haunted on this though, which means... Because Sinister is like usually not that crazy, right? Let's see, what's up here? Because Sinister is usually not that crazy. It's haunted where things start getting scarier. The thing is, I do want the extra medals. You know, it's probably wise just to do the... It's probably wise to just do the one with the more medals. Because higher chance of, like... That's 4 biomes, really? Tropical shrubland, tropical shrubland, tropical shrubland, tropical conifer. Okay. At least it's all just a light aquifer. Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant like you've been doing co-op gaming. I see. I get what you mean. Busy with work stuff. That's probably our best bet, right? Tropical conifer forest, and then the moist tropical broadleaf forest. I mean, worst case scenario, we harvest candy, right? Like that is worst case scenario. Well, I mean, we're actually worst case scenario is we die and generate a new world. Which is that really that bad? I don't think so. So, and we're only at war with goblins. There are no elves within range. There are elves on the map, but there are no elves in range. There are humans around, many humans. And the Rag of Suns is just too good of a name to not go with, so... I think that's our embark spot. Unless you guys have any objections, I think that's where we're going. I think that is where we are going. Even you have selected an area with a light aquifer. It might need to be pumped out or carried away. That is fine. Let's prepare carefully. I'm trying to think. How much time are we going to have before we need to get underground? Basically, do I bring 2 woodcutters or 1 woodcutter? Because I'm going to need to cut wood. And we're going to need to carry that wood underground. We're going to need to get underground. I'm thinking like 1, 2, 3, 4 novice miners, woodcutter, and a mason, basically. That's kind of what I'm thinking about bringing. And then for items, we have the 2 woodcutters. Interesting, copper. And then we'll just bring 6 picks. There are light aquifer to varied aquifers and heavy aquifers. But Wouldn't it just be a Darkwifer? So something that I'm debating on for this fort. Also mango wood. Ooh, that's nice. Something that I'm debating on for this fort because I don't actually know. We don't need that. We don't need that. I am gonna take the crutches and splints, and I'm also gonna take the buckets. Something that I'm debating on this for this fort because I don't actually know is should we name the dwarves or should I try and name them after events in the game? Because usually, like what I do with Long Death and whatnot, is I just name them after people in chat. I'm thinking about trying to not do that, and... Oh, you finally beat a varied aquifer? Oh, good for you. Hell yeah. Oh, a heavy aquifer. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, but good for you. How did you get through it, if I can ask? Did you use the old-fashioned technique, or did you pump it? Or did you wait for it to freeze? My favorite is just wait for it to freeze and dig through. So... Yeah, that's kind of the main question that I have about this one. I'm going to bring a second anvil. Is should I go the route of just what name dwarves after bad movies? No. I mean, basically, should I kind of do the Krug Smash thing of, oh, this dwarf beat this thing to death, so I will name you after the thing that you beat to death? Yeah, like the Krug Smash style naming, like giving things nicknames. But I'll let you guys decide the nicknames, and I'll let, so instead of like giving dwarves names per se, I'll just give them nicknames more strictly. And you guys can decide when a dwarf deserves a nickname. Also, how do you guys like the background ambience? Is it too spooky or is it okay? You dug through and filled the walls with wood? That's impressive. I don't believe I've ever managed to dig and build, like, because like heavy aquifers fill up instantly, right? That must not have been heavy, because you can't dig through a aquifer without or a heavy aquifer without immediately getting drowned. And Senrayon, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. And enjoy the stupid skulls and the dwarf emotes and the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Cheers. Big thanks. We've lost 5 chess games in a row. Time to take a break, man. Time to take a break, I say. Time to take a break. Chat, can I get a couple beers for that brand new Prime subscription? I hate calling them Prime Gaming subscriptions. It's almost a pet peeve of mine. I despise it. It's the worst rebrand. Twitch Prime was so much better. Prime Gaming just sounds... Ugh. All right, so just for my own ease, we're just going to take extra ale, I think. Just a whole bunch of extra ale, so I don't need to worry about growing stuff just initially. Bring 50 of those. Put the rest into Plump Helmet spawn. And I think that's it for items. So let's go back to dwarves. Well, actually, let's dip off of dwarves and go to fort name. So we need, actually, let's do group name first. And I'm just actually curious. Can I... Is reign a word, as in like reign of terror? I know that rain, R-A-I-N, is. The Reigns of Terror. Udar and Gzak will be our group name. There was a light aquifer nearby. Well, I mean, if you can dig through it, it was either like a varied or a light aquifer. If you dig into an aquifer and it immediately floods, like from 0 to 7 instantly to the point where it could drown a dwarf instantly, that's a heavy aquifer. Bloody hell.png. I like that. One of my favorite .png images ever for me was .png. But the Reigns of Terror is our group name. Now I need a symbol. Or not a symbol, a fort name. So chat, I'm going to take a real quick toilet break. And I want you guys to think of... Also, can I just say that Clout Mountain is actually a really fucking good name for a fortress? We need to use that at some point. Clout Mountain. Maybe Clout Mountain just needs to be known and famous with every single fortress and in the entire world. But Clout Mountain, I don't think is the name that we're going to go with. But I need you guys to brainstorm some names real quick for this fortress. Remember, spooky, lots of violence, ideally, and underneath haunted swamps. Back in a sec. Bark, 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 bark.
You fucking donkey!
Don't fuck the donkey. Man, Clout Mountain is just too good. Standing up. I need to stand today. The dog gets, like, weirdly concerned when I stand the desk up. Maybe it's the sound that it makes. She just, like, almost whimpers. Not quite. She does not like it. Alright. We up. Evil trees of evil? You know what? I might just stick with Clout Mountain. It's too good. It's too good. Clout Mountain is full of hype beasts and TikTokers. Yeah, it kind of is. There's gonna be a giant Supreme logo. There's just a huge Supreme carved and filled with lava. I'm trying to think, what could you put around a Supreme logo that would be, like, white? I mean, I guess you could, like, smooth a lot of, like, marble around it. Man, I don't know if I want to be that level of bad person, though, Hobo. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I'm that level of bad person. Like, I'm a bad person, but I'm not that bad of a person. I'm not gonna promise anything, Hobo, but maybe. Clout Mountain, though. Damn. Reign of Terror, the Fortress of Clout Mountain. I mean, we could go from Clout to like... Oh, I can't go Clot. God damn it. Although, here's the thing. We're not actually on a mountain. Why does it still exist? I don't know. Because people are stupid. I don't think I'm gonna go with Cloud Mountain. And the reason there's a very specific reason for it. We're in a pretty flat swamp. Looks like a character from Pokemon. Bastet. Or like somebody cosplaying a Pokemon. Anyway, I don't think we're gonna go with Cloud Mountain just because we're in a swamp and not a mountain. So to me, it doesn't make sense. Like Gloss Swamp would make more sense to me. Or how about Shatter Swamp? Bactus Ungrid. That could work. Adra the Outlaw of Metal. Thank you for the 45th month. Welcome back. Hell yeah. It's good to have you around still, man. Or we could go with Swampborn. Oh, it sounds like Bloodborne, though. Judge Swamp. That's right after Judge Judy. Cheese Swamp for everyone. Horror Swamp. It's Halloween. Not quite. It's not too early for Halloween, chat. I know it's dark aquifer. I mean, it's just a light aquifer. It's not that dark. Orange Swamp because it's not purple. I could go with Pumpkin Swamp. Pumpkin Swamp. I mean, I like trying to make the names of a fort like make a degree of sense. Like they don't need to make perfect sense, but I don't know. I get kind of annoyed when it's like, oh, this mountain, and it's like flat, you know? It's like something mountain doesn't make any sense in a fort where it's just flat. You know what I mean? Netherlands. I mean, yeah, it would be very strange to make a fortress called Mountain in the Netherlands, you know? Mr. Tamika, what up? We're starting a brand new fort. I mean, that style of art isn't really stuff that I'm into, Bastet, but it's nice that you put effort into things. Riddle Swamp? Tot Swamp. I actually kind of like that. Tot Swamp. Sounds good. Enjoy your lurks, Tamika. Or you know what we could go with, actually? Dark Cosmos. I like the sound of that. Dark Cosmos. Darkness of the Cosmos. Bruh? What do you brah me for? It sounds spooky. Umam Cordam? Umam Cordam? Umam Cordam. Dark Cosmos. Reign of Terror. Strike the Earth. That works. I think we'll go with that. Dark Cosmos. Now I need a symbol. Let's do a blazing sun. Moon is into shape. Well, you sound like you're from DC. I'm gonna pretend that you mean DC as in the like DC the state, not there we go, full moon. I'm gonna pretend that you mean DC as in the American state and not the comics. Although who cares if it's from comics? This is an image of a blazing sun, a full moon, a dwarf, and a pick. The dwarf is striking down the blazing sun. The sun is screaming? The oracular portal. That's definitely going to be the name of it. I mean, as much as I respect Krug Smash, do I have to just in order to make it convincing, do I have to just completely mimic him? Kordam. Dark Cosmos. I can't quite do a Krug Smash voice. I don't sound as cool as he does. Something is always screaming. Maybe the moon is screaming. So it's a dwarf striking down the sun, and the moon is screaming. It's an image of a blazing sun, a full moon, a dwarf, a pick, and Iron Men. The dwarf is striking down the blazing sun. The full moon is screaming. I wish that singing was... The dwarf is melting. I'm not going to make the dwarf melting. No, the dwarf is just going to be striking down the sun. The oracular portal. An image of a blazing sun, a full moon, a dwarf, a pick, and Iron Men. The dwarf is striking down the blazing sun. The full moon is screaming, and the Iron Men are raising the full moon. Didn't want a swampy image? I want something a little bit more mythical. That makes sense? You know? Something a little bit more mythical. Like, this is a group called the Reigns of Terror, right? I want something a little bit more mythical. I could make a burning tree in the background. How about that? What's the, what's the name of the evil tree that I can never remember the name of? Glumprong. This is an image of a blazing sun, a full moon, a dwarf, a pick, an Iron Man, and a Glumprong. The dwarf is striking down the blazing sun. The full moon is screaming. The Iron Men are raising the full moon, and the Glumprong is burning. How's that? A little bit more evil biome. It's only found in evil biomes, Dominok. Which is why I always forget what it is. But every now and again, I find dwarves that like Glumprong wood, and I always go, what? What is that? Oh, right, yeah. Spooky biomes. Don't generally play spooky biomes. I think that'll work. So we have Mestos, Wurshuvotok, a novice miner, Bomrek, a novice miner, Servesh, a novice miner, Thob, a novice miner, Kolgsak, a novice woodcutter, Ubal, a novice woodcutter, and Moses, the novice mason. How long it takes for dwarf designers to make those? Probably about as long as it takes them to make anything. I'm sure. I have a feeling dwarves just kind of have stencils at a point, you know? Like, they would just have, like, here's a stencil of the group image. Just put it on the thing and, like, etch. Done. You know? Like, to me, that's kind of what they do. But that's just, like, to me, in my mind, they're kind of like, they're like graffiti artists, you know? They just take a stencil, they put it on a thing, and they fill up the stencil, and then they attack with chickens. Due to weather. And so we just kind of pulled a rain check. Also, most of the hikes that we would wanted to do are closed because fuckers aren't getting vaccinated. That's basically it. So a lot of the hikes that we would want to do are not doable. So there's like one option, and it's like super out and open to the elements, and it's been very stormy on and off. It's actually looking kind of nice today, but I don't know. Probably not happening. But my dad is coming over today, and we're just gonna have beer and listen to music. So I will be doing something with my dad today. Just probably not going for a hike. But I think that's pretty much everything we need to do. So I guess the last thing left is to take a look at these dwarves, see what they look like, and learn a little bit about them. The first dwarf on the list is Mestos, and she is 64 years old, born on the 5th of Sandstone in the year 486. Her hair is dry, and her very long hair is braided. She is average in size, and she has a very broad chin. Her slightly thin, irised, heliotrope eyes are sunken. Her eyelashes are quite long. Her slightly flattened ears are somewhat short, and her hair is sienna, her skin is tan, and her eyebrows are slightly low. She likes sulfurite, electrum, tiger eye, olive wood, and clear glass, and the color dark chestnut, battle axes and rings, in the words of the tactical contest. And when possible, she prefers to consume swamp whiskey, and can't stand large roaches. She personally has a deep respect for animals and plants in the natural world and respects the development of his skill, dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world. That's probably why this dwarf came here, because, quite frankly, a sinister or haunted moist tropical broadleaf forest is what I would describe as one of the great natural places of the world. We do have the vaccine passport. In fact, we do. It's not stopping us from going back into lockdown because people are so fucking moronic. In order to go into a restaurant, you have to show your vaccine passport. Also, apparently, my wake-up alarm from Saturdays, or from my day off's going off, because I forgot to turn it off. She does not trust others, and she's very curious. Sometimes to her detriment, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is quite polite and doesn't handle stress well. She tends to hang on to grievances and likes to brawl. She tends not to be swayed by emotional appeals and isn't given to flights of fancy. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and when she's nervous, she clicks her tongue. She laughs very loudly whenever she's surprised, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at inclement weather. I'll just say this, B-Lug. Just because people are getting vaccinated doesn't mean we can go back to normal. That's basically it. I don't want to just sit here and bitch about COVID stuff because who actually wants to hear about that stuff? But yes, we do have vaccine passports. And heliotrope eyes. Average in size is, I think, my favorite little tidbit about that whole thing. Is the average in size bit. Because that's something I feel like I don't see very often. All right. On to the next one. Bomrek. People are basically trustworthy. I'm not angry. I just hate them. There's a difference. Anyway, he is 71 years old, born on the 11th of Opal in the year 479. He is skinny and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his somewhat broad, short ears have great swinging lobes. His heliotrope eyes are round, and his eyelashes are quite long. His nose is slightly hooked. His hair is golden, his skin is tan, and his ears are slightly flattened. Bomrak likes native gold, tin, green jade, jaguar leather, cougar bone, naff fabric, and the color gold. The sound of the zephyr of ringing, and when possible prefers to consume hake and durian wine, and absolutely hates bats. Have odd colored eyes, like one colored one color and one colored the other color? I don't know, actually. He personally finds following of tradition foolish and limiting, and dreams of mastering a skill. He is consumed by overpowering feelings of jealousy and takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance. Finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else and is very rarely moved by curiosity. He lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and is quick to form negative views about things. He is trusting and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. That's kind of what I thought, Stone. Yeah, that it doesn't exist at all. Yeah, they can be missing an eye. I've had blind dwarves. I've had dwarves that have both of their eyes bitten out. Well, the last dwarf that I can remember that was completely blind had both of their eyes bitten out. They can have unusual colored eyes, yeah. Gate Nerd, what up? It's good to see you. Yeah, they can have unusual colored eyes. It's every now and again you'll get a dwarf with really weird colors, but usually that means that they came from a different faction originally or were kidnapped or had a strange history. Like if there's a dwarf that has a visual description that is not the norm for that faction, it usually means that as a child they were kidnapped and then brought somewhere else, or maybe they immigrated from faction to faction or something. Or their faction was conquered or something. But yes, pink-eyed dwarves are pretty standard. Tries to do things correctly each time and he is very rarely moved by curiosity and lives an orderly life, organized and neat. He's quick to form negative views about things and is trusting. Tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and tries to do things correctly each time. Tends to think before acting and is often cheerful, slow to anger, and often nervous. Is quite ambitious and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Just remember, dwarves are not human. Lake Bear. What's normal for a dwarf may not be normal for a human. Servesh says, we need to find a better way than those of before. She is 86, born on the 27th of Malachite in the year 464, the oldest dwarf so far. Her somewhat short flattened ears have great swinging lobes. Her eyebrows are extremely... Whenever I hear great swinging lobes, all I can think is, do your ears hang low? Do they wobble to and float? Do they wobble to and fro? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a bow? Can you throw them over your shoulder like a continental soldier? Like, that's, do your ears hang low? That's all I can think about when I hear great swinging lobes. Anyway, her eyebrows are extremely low. Her slightly thin irised heliotrope eyes are very wide set. She has a broad, prominent chin and a high voice. And her hair is dry, and her medium-length hair is tied in a ponytail. Her eyelashes are quite long, and her tan skin is wrinkled. Her hair is chestnut with flecks of gray, and her nose is slightly hooked. She personally values cunning and disregards tradition, doesn't care about nature one way or another, and dreams of mastering a skill. Yeah, they're quite varied. There is 3 factions in this world. She is rarely jealous, and she is bashful. I have the hiccups. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and does not often feel lustful. She is quick to anger, and isn't given to flights of fancy. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She is often nervous, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she cracks her knuckles when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. She likes stiblinite? I don't even know what that is. Stibnite? Aluminum, purple spinel, nautilus shell, cotton fabric, and the color crimson, warhammers and earrings and giant toads for their beauty, and the sound of the zephyr of ringing. When possible, prefers to consume giant giraffe and banana beer, and absolutely can't stand hamsters. Yeah, the tan skin and heliotrope eyes seem to be pretty common for this faction. Fob says, I am fine, because this is fine. He is 80 years old, born on the 27th of Opal in the year 470. His quite dense hair is dry. His very long sideburns are braided, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His heliotrope eyes are wide set. His eyebrows are extremely low. Extremely low eyebrows seem quite common as well. And his somewhat broad ears have great swinging lobes, as well as great swinging earlobes. His hair is copper, now that's different, and his tan skin is slightly wrinkled. He is average in size. Fob personally likes shale, nickel, crystal beryl, spore tree wood, reindeer tooth, and coral. Well, you'll never find coral, so sucks to be you. Ruther bone and the color mauve, and maces and giant hyenas for their coordinated hunting. And the words of the tactical contest and the sight of the wealthy treasure. When possible, prefers to consume giant hyena, durian wine, and can't stand flies. Have a good day at work, Lake Bear. Cheers. He personally strongly values tranquility and quiet, values self-control, and doesn't really see the point in working hard, and does not particularly value the truth, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and is very comfortable around others that are different from himself. He prefers to present himself modestly and generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and enjoys the company of others. He has an active imagination and is a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He has a sense of duty and often feels discouraged, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and can handle stress. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he becomes when he becomes exasperated, he begins to speak very deliberately. His hands jump all over the place when he's excited, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Gonna sort out medication for the people. It's funny the way that you write, for the people. Gonna go sort out meds for the people. Go do what you gotta do, man. Go do your job. Have a good day at work. The next one is Cogsack. And she says, be merry. She has a very short description. She is 77 years old, born on the 26th of Galena in the year 473. She is weak. Her somewhat broad, short ears have great swinging lobes. Her hair is clean shaven. She has a high voice, her lips are thin, and her hair is chestnut. Her skin is tan and her eyes are heliotrope. That's a hard Heliotrope. Cogsack likes pyrolustite, tin, black zircon, creeping eye leather, reindeer antler, saltwater crocodile bone, and the color pale chestnut, and pigs for their snorts, orcas for their coloration, and the words of the reticent of aquamarine, and the sight of the sweetness of adoring. When possible, she prefers to consume panda and blackberry wine. Oh man. Well, I mean, it's a good thing that they kind of did away with the need for specific food ingredients to like get Happy Meals, because holy shit, this dwarf is never gonna consume panda, just ever, just period. It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. She personally prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and dreams of mastering a skill. That sound, just like the thought that dwarf got in her head when she decided that she really liked to eat panda. Audio, what up? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. She is very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She prefers to be alone, and she tends to not be the type to fall in love or even develop mildly positive feelings. She is inattentive to detail in her own work, and she very rarely develops positive feelings towards things. She finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and she is bashful. She finds an orderly life organized. She lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and she has a greedy streak. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She's moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and she occasionally overindulges. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. And likes... Did I miss anything on this? She prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity and dreams of mastering a skill. Ooh, now this is another interesting one. Ubal. I go with the flow sometimes. She is 77 years old, born on the 13th of Moonstone in the year 473. Her hair is dry. Her extremely long hair is braided. Her slightly sunken heliotrope eyes are very wide set. Her flattened short ears have very large hanging lobes, and she is average in size. Her hair is burnt sienna, and her skin is tan. DeGaff, what up? Morning. It's like 10:40 here. In the AM. She personally deeply dislikes competition, finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and dreams of ruling the world. She likes orpiment, steel, brown jasper, donkey leather, giant elk hoof, amber, pigtail fabric, cotton paper, and the color lime, thrones and sheep, and for their tendency to flock, and giant peach-faced lovebirds for their loving nature, chickpea plants for their pods, and the words of the tactical contest. When possible, prefers to consume vulture, pearl mullet, beer, and rocknut oil, and can't stand moon snails. She is a nervous wreck and swayed by emotional appeals, very comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she does not trust others. Wait, hold on. So very comfortable around others that are different but doesn't trust anyone. Huh. Yeah, they're all roughly the same height. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and always takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised. She sticks out her tongue when she's thinking hard and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. And the final dwarf, our mason, Moses. She says, "We will be successful. I like your attitude, dwarf." She is 75 years old, born on the 19th of Hematite in the year 475. Her teeth are tangled. That's new. Her slightly sunken heliotrope eyes are very round. Her ears have large hanging lobes, and her quite dense hair is dry. Her very long hair is neatly combed, and she has a broad chin. Her eyebrows are quite sparse, and her head is somewhat narrow. Her hair is golden yellow, and her skin is tan. Moses likes stibnite. I still don't know what that is. Lead and picture jasper, amber linen, paper, and the color maroon, coins and donkeys for their stubbornness, and giant red-winged blackbirds for their coloration. Can I just say that red-winged blackbirds are beautiful? Just in real life in general. For their coloration. And the words of the shield of barricades, and the sound of the zephyr of ringing, and the sight of the fortuitous competition. And when possible, prefers to consume guava wine and absolutely detests worms. She personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and values independence and dreams of raising a family. Does not generally seek retribution for her past wrongs and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she tends to be confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She has a greedy streak, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she likes a little excitement now and again. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and values independence. It's a mineral, chemical formula. What is it the alloy of? You never thought you'd live to see it? I usually do seasonal forts. I didn't do one over the summer though. That was like the main difference. I did one back in the spring. We did one over Christmas, and we did one last fall for Halloween. I mean, long deaths will continue as per usual on the weekdays, but this will be kind of our weekend thing. But yeah, today's potentially going to be a shortest stream. It's a gym type of thing? Oh, is it? Huh. I don't believe I've ever seen it, so. In Dwarf Fortress, which is interesting that everybody likes it here. But, you know, still learning new things. My hair is quite long. It is quite long. Like, quite long. I haven't had a haircut since 2015. And that was just a trim. Oh, you actually have to go do work, Hobo? Rip Hobo's dreams of not doing work. But yeah, today's potentially a short-ish stream. And the reason today's potentially a shorter stream is because my dad's coming over at some point. I don't know what time, though. So anyway, we are the Dark Cosmos, the Fortress of Dark Cosmos. The group name is the Reigns of Terror. And the symbol is the oracular portal. An image of a blazing sun, a full moon, a dwarf, a pick, an Iron Man, or Iron Men, and a glumprong tree. The dwarf is striking down the blazing sun. The full moon is screaming. The Iron Men are raising the full moon, and the glumprong is burning. I'm just not asleep, mindlessly scrolling Reddit on your phone. You know, I'm not gonna lie, Hobo. It's a pretty good work gig you got. I'm kind of jealous. Like, you might be one of the only people that I know who often at work gets to do less work than I do. I have to sit here and pretend to be awake instead of and pretend that I'm not playing Cookie Clicker, because, you know, I'm definitely not. Stop accusing me of playing. I'm definitely not playing. I'm not playing Cookie Clicker. Wait, I'm not playing Cookie Clicker at all. Anyway, I've got a frenzy now, so I gotta click. I mean, you probably are at home right now playing Cookie Clicker. You can be playing Cookie Clicker without actually playing Cookie Clicker, right? That's the beauty of Cookie Clicker. I've almost got 50 time machines. Wait, really? You call that a then is this a chocolate chip biscuit where you're from or something? Then what's a cookie? If that's a biscuit, then what's a cookie? Also, biscuit clicker doesn't quite roll off the tongue as well as cookie clicker. I mean, it has got among Twitch. Why you dance gaming me? Is there something wrong with me taking my time? I mean, so is the cake. To Gap. I'm trying to decide if there's anything else I want to do first. You only get to prepare carefully once. Oh no! No cookies being clicked at home. That's sad, Hobo. In 1080p resolution. Yeah, well, you know. That's because most people play with this font. Which you can just turn on by hitting F12. I've had some people ask me how they do that. It's literally just hit F12 and it resets it to the default font, which is this one. Which is actually a very nice and clear font for certain things, like some things, and then also the like zoom out a bunch. Like I've seen some people who play like this, and I'm like, I don't know even how. Like my eyes suck, and I get that, but like, how the fuck do you see that? Anyway. Strike the earth. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Unib-Ad. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt plow or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings, ere the tigers get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place, Umam Kordam, Dark Cosmos. Strike the earth. We actually have an emote for this now. It's Cryptic Pick. Yes, going. It's indeed going. Pause. All right. Don't need any of that garbage. Let's just take a look around, shall we? What kind of trees are these? A lot of dead trees. Dead bitter orange and mango. There's iguanas on the map. Based on the fact that they're not undead iguanas, I'm not too worried. Some pools of stagnant water. So the top corner up here is haunted. The rest is just sinister. And we are the Reigns of Terror of the Rag of Suns. Right next door to us, we have a bunch of goblin pits, specifically of the impervious cruelties, who we're actually at peace with, oddly enough. Although that might be temporary peace. No contact. Also, there's the Dark Goblin Fortress of Dreadful Threat. Seems like a dreadful threat. They have a lot of artifacts. Including Secret Goblin. And a True Fortress. And Do You Know the Gutter? And My Thoughts on the Gutter. And Hermit Ever Onward. And Start Your Day with the Trenches. That sounds like a how-to World War I guide. Start your day with the trenches. Unknown Animals and the Climate. Mating Understood. Very important book. The Ice of Raining. And The Master of Dreadful Threat. Errors in the Animal Societies. And of course, the classic An Exploration of the Dark Fortress. The Pits Within Reason and Strange Goblin. Hit franchise, in fact. They wrote 72 sequels. I have no idea. I mean, it's sinister, so... It's sinister and haunted, right? So top half is haunted, bottom half is sinister. So, I mean, I don't know. I personally like don't actually like the spooky clouds all that much. Neutered dungeon. Oh, natured dungeon, not neutered dungeon. That was way creepier for a second there. Suicide Nails. Suicide Nails is my 9 Inch Nails cover band. So we're kind of in the middle of everything. It's a big human town who we are allied with. The Free Council of the Pregnant Realm. They have 10,000 people there. Start and end your day in the sunny French countryside trenches. Yeah, probably die in the sunny French countryside trenches. That's a lot of people. Holy. That's a lot of goblins. The Hex of Troopers. And Rattle Belch is a thing that they have there. Pain Flies without limits. Pain Flies without limits. There must be a place called Pain Flies. Tomb of Blind Griffin, no civilized population. Hollow Banner when it counts. So, looking for towers. For some reason I thought that there was a tower like right around here, but I don't see one now. Yeah, there are towers, but there's none super close by. Yeah, all the towers are like down in the south, I think. There are definitely towers up and about. Yeah, there's some over here. I'm quite happy with this, with the way this world generated, because like there's evil here for sure, and there's spooky shit that we get to deal with, but it's like reasonable amounts of spooky shit. It's not like, oh, there's 55 bajillion towers and absolute apocalypse, you know what I mean? Was it Seduce Nails? I always read Seduce as Suicide for some reason in this game, but Seduce Nails is still my 9 Inch Nails cover band. Why can't I move to the left? There we go. So a lot of these are pretty busy, these goblin pits. Wizard's Guide to the Human. I like that one. All right. Well, I think it's time for our little dwarves. Actually, let's see. Who's our expedition leader? Servish. Dreams of mastering a skill. Is very rarely jealous, is bashful, and moved by natural beauty. Actually, we should find out who their gods are. Worshipper of Kabul the Flaxen. Is a deity of the fanatical mechanisms, a different dwarven group. Kabul, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with generosity and the dawn. Okay. Let's see other people's dwarves. Zas the Grey Lilacs the Cobalt is a deity of the Rag of Suns. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with jewels and wealth. Cursed a bunch of vampires too. Bomrek worships Onal Roxcoal, a deity of the Rag of Suns. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with the earth. Thob worships Kenis, a deity of the Rag of Suns. Kenis most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with chaos, war, victory, and love. It's the god of drama. Another worshiper of Canis. Another worshiper of Canis. Canis seems to be quite popular. And then another worshiper of the dawn. Hey, Chico, long time. How you been? Let's just quickly get some trees hacked down. And how do I want to do this? You know, yep, we just embarked. Trying to figure out where I want to put the front door to this fort. Thinking down here. So I could pretty easily just do that. But I hope you had a good time in the sauna. I was really happy with how that drainage pipe ended up looking, so I'm making this like that drainage pipe. Screw that up slightly. All right, and then here I will just do this. And then in here we can do a really small crafting area, and we can get do a really small crafting area and block this area off. Although the question is, does anything else spawn? Just iguanas. Fortunately, iguanas not too scary. All right, looks like we have 2 horsies. And you're our mason. Looks like a snake with a crown. I mean, I can live with that. Ooh, what's this? We found peat. Nicer than sand. At least it's not coarse and it doesn't get everywhere. But yeah, there will be enough space back here that we can put a trading depot back here. Our mason, I'm just going to really quickly give a few new tasks. I'm going to give you architecture and mechanics. And I'm going to build a raising bridge right here. Just going to make them out of wood, which is fine. This is just our little tiny entrance. Like, it's not, this isn't going to be where we live or anything. Ah, there we go. Aquifer has begun. In fact, how do I want to do this? I think what we might do, actually, is just for this area, for my own sanity, I will just dig it out like this. Yep. They're going to cancel the whole thing. And we will just manually mine out these edges here and fill them in with wood. Just get all that filled in real quick. Okay, so everything on that lower level is going to be made of undesirable things. By that I mean leaky things that are going to dribble water everywhere. All right, let's do this. Just for the entryway. We'll have to make a nicer entryway later, but this is just what we're going to have for right now. We're also pretty close to the edge of the map, which means we're going to have to dig to the left when we get further down. Now we just wait for the last dwarf to come in. All right, let's do that. It's time to start digging through the aquifer, because this is all just going to be aquifer. You don't have time. Yeah, jobs have a tendency to have that effect on people. They do all sorts of cool things, and then they get a job, and then they're like, yeah, I can't do cool things anymore. I'm going to disappear now. And then I sad. But, you know, is what it is. Jobs are more important, you know? And juggling a job and doing any kind of content creation is kind of like making up the decision between personal relationships and actually, like, you know, having friends and knowing human beings or creating stuff, you know? And generally, I would advise people to have a job. Like, if you're given the option between having a job or making videos about stuff on the internet, go get a job. It's more not starving, less stressful. Well, depending on the job, I guess. That's very dependent on the job. All right, is anything else spawned? Just the 2 iguanas? Okay. I am starting to think that we're not going to see any stranglers. Unless, like, they can stealth or something. We are, like, on the front doorstep of, Actually, let's just quickly make a trade depot before I completely forget. Not in this fort, I don't think. Also going to... Actually, let's give one of these woodcutters carpentry. That'll work. In the distance, someone... Well, I mean, it wouldn't be taking a blurry photo. It would be sketching it, right? You know, I've been reading about cryptids because it's fun. And I was reading about a cryptid from Africa that initially sounds like a weird T-Rex type offshoot thing. But then you read about it more and then you realize, oh, that's not a T-Rex offshoot thing. That's actually just like an extinct rhino. And then it goes from being like kind of a really cool cryptid into just being, oh, that's actually really sad. But, you know, it's just, this is what it is. If you get moderately sick. Yeah. What is that? Oh, we found schist. It's very schisty. Big old bag of schist. These puns rock, chat. You can't tell me otherwise. Just wait for that piece to get cut out. I mean, that's kind of my theory on a lot of cryptids, actually. I mean, except for like the more outlandish ones, but the more believable cryptids for me are always like, yeah, it's probably just something that's extinct that we just ate, you know? I take that stuff about as seriously as I take Ancient Aliens, which I also very much enjoy. Not because I think it's even remotely scientifically factual. It's just because I think it's fun to, you know, read about and think about. I find that stuff to be more interesting than, like, a lot of fiction. Just because it's, like, it's, as I describe a lot of things, it's human lore. It's Earth lore. It's not like history. It's Earth lore. You know, and I like to know about Earth lore because Earth lore is fun. Yeah, no, totally. Same with Africa. Cookra. A lot of the cryptids from Africa are just like, yeah, it's that was probably just a critter that went extinct. All right, so I'm gonna make a mason shop. I also am gonna need to make a carpenter shop, but let's do both. Actually, you know what? Let's wait until we get a little deeper. Then we can make that door sealable. Still just iguanas. I'm starting to get significantly more confident. Regardless, the goal for this fortress, by the way, is to kind of conquer this upper area. That's the goal for this fort, is to go to war with all of these goblins and win. Although a lot of them we appear to be allied with right now. Dark Dwarven Pits, eh? Actually, hold on. Let's check the news. Ooh, what's that mean? Oh shit, there's a hell of... I've never actually seen this icon before, this pink A. Apparently it means there's kidnappings happening. There's a lot of kidnappings happening in our faction. Was kidnapped from Wheeled Lover by Zespus Diamond Thieves. Almost Pillar Addicts became the holy play of the lovely doctrines, replacing Ispu Scab Hatred. Scab's Hatred? Yeah, no, tons of kidnappings. I've never seen that icon before. That's cool. I mean, there's a lot of animal meat that I don't even feel sad that I'll never taste them. I'm more sad that I'll never see a video of them. You know what I mean? Now, I've never seen that capital pink A before. Kidnapping icon. No news from down here. Also, what's that? That's just like a good biome? The Hopeful Jungles. Oh, there's a little bit of a good jungle on this tiny island. Interesting. Let's just go here real quick. Fill that in, because this is going to be a pretty high population fort. We need to do the sizing of it correctly. Let's go down to layer... Oopsies, those are just upstairs. Up, downstairs. Let's go relatively deep and see what we can find. I don't necessarily need to hit the caverns. Chat, do you guys want me to build a cavern fort, or should we just do a fort? What do you guys think? What would you guys prefer to see? Caverns or just fort? I know that's kind of a weird question, but caverns or just fort? Because just fort, that's an option. Also, right here, I'm going to pasture those two horses. You vote for caverns? Okay, we could do a cavern fort. Just means we need to dig down until we hit caverns. Caverns will equal fun regardless. Whoop. Cobaltite. What was that? Sulfurite. Well, that's not great. More cobaltite. Hobo. That's long death. Like, not to burst your bubble or anything, but that's literally what I'm doing in long death. Normal cavern stuff. I mean, I'm more like... I'll put it this way, right? It's haunted biomes are weird because they're either like really exciting or just kind of dead, and this one's looking to be just kind of dead. I feel like it's a pretty low percentage of the ones that I settle in actually end up being super crazy. You just like Skyforts? Oh. I mean, this fort is supposed to kind of be the opposite of Long Death. It's going to be large population. Kind of want to dig around in the microcline layer. Ooh, what's that again? Nice! We found nice, chat. This is officially a nice fort. Blue garnets. Ooh. Fancy. Worth a place. Short-lived? Well, I mean, we're not going for 1,000 years. I mean more like in the way I'm building it. Because, you know, changing things up is good for you. Variety is the spice of life. Cinnabar. What's Cinnabar again? I can't actually remember. Nothing from the looks of things. Lots of fun stones, though. Isn't Cinnabar an alloy of something? Oopsies, that's the wrong button. Let's go down to layer 45, see what we hit. I'm totally okay with just like prospecting most of the map too. So even if we end up taking all the way down to the bottom, I really don't care. I don't know if anybody here saw any of it, but did anybody here see any of Picture Point's Short Death Decade? Which was him embarking in a haunted biome. It lasted like 2 hours. It's like it lasted most of a stream. And that was about it. That's what I thought. It's an alloy of something, but it's not usable for anything, yeah. Let's just make a mechanic shop so I can lock that front door. Cinnabar is just a neat color. Yeah, real life it's mercury. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ah, there we go. Muddy caverns. Muddy, 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 muddy caverns. And a downward passage. Ooh. All right, we'll pause. Let's see, what have we dug into? Okay. Ooh, water. Well, actually, that's very nice. The part where there's water, that is. More sulfurite, man. It's a good thing that we have like shallow and deep metals, because sulfurite's not useful at all. Sulfurite's tin, right? Zinc, okay. Also not particularly useful. Useful with other things, but on its own, it's meh. I was trying to see if there's stuff here. All right, so you know what? Let's just dig this area out real quick and get this thing sealed off. So I don't really want, like, I will go and explore the caverns, but I want to do that safely. Uh-oh, did I just flood this? No, I didn't. Okay, the dwarves are smart enough to not flood it. It looked like they were flooding it for a second there. They're going to go down pretty far still. All right, we'll let them keep digging. Oh, I'm sure that there's definitely a joke in there somewhere. I was thinking about trying to find it for a second, then I gave up. Rose quartz. Ooh. I like all the gems that we're finding regardless. I like how we got down here so quickly. The caverns aren't even really populated with much in the way of plants yet, because it takes a little while for the plants to grow. Okay, so that should seal us off mostly. Whoa, there's some... Well, never mind. I misread. I thought that there was like a dead crocodile there, though. It's because I still had the construction screen up. All right, let's just mine all this out because I know I'm going to anyway. Not quite awake. I'm not quite asleep. How are you, Frog? I feel like Cinnabar is like the pub version of Cinnabon, which, by the way, I would totally go to a Cinnabar. It's just like, yo, what do you have? Alcohol and cinnamon buns. Let's fucking go. I'm just saying, that seems like a pretty great business model. It would be like, you know, those Taco Bells that sell booze? Or like those Starbucks that sell booze, except it's just a cinnamon bun place. Yeah, it is mercury ore. But you can't do anything with it in DF, apparently. So, doesn't matter. I mean, there's a lot of it in this fortress, and you know what? I'm mining all of it because fuck yeah is the word. Now, do I keep digging or do we stop here? Let's make a couple mechanisms. Ooh, I didn't even think about catapult ammo. Okay, so kind of looking at this fortress right now. My plan is this. Get a really big quarry going underground, all right? And then above where I've settled, which is, you know, down here, up here, we're going to clear cut all of this, which actually I should just do right now. Because one nice thing about this area is there's no elves, so I don't really need to worry about elves ambushing us if I just clear cut shit. So I'm just going to do this. we're going to clear cut. I'm going to pave this, and we're going to build a tower. That's my plan. We're going to build a vertical tower coming out of the ground. I'm thinking maybe like a big old circle with that slowly gets smaller. Maybe like an hourglass, actually. That could be fun. Could do an hourglass. And not to get too ambitious right off the start, but let's do some, because we have water in that caverns, future Necro Tower. I don't know what you're talking about or what you're accusing me of or what dark plans I may have, sir. Yes, investments are open. So what we're going to do is we're going to pave this. We're going to build a tower. And as I said earlier, the goal is to completely, maybe not annihilate, but conquer this area here.
Long time no talk, but I'm still always here for you. Hoorah.
Dude, I was thinking about DMing you recently because like last time you spoke, everything was kind of shitty. So I hope things are going alright for you. I hope things have been alright and looking up, you know. And looks like my horsies are don't have anything to eat. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's pasture them down here then, because they will have some stuff to eat right here. Because I would like to have them as like were creature bait. Because I have no idea how many were creatures there are going to be. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for RSG keeping that alive for a 46th month? It's one of the few people who's had the pleasure or displeasure of hanging out with me in person. So. Shout outs to RSG. Ah, boy. Yeah, no, this cavern layer is full of cinnabar. Full of it. Did send stuff to the DMV to get it back. Other than that, you got lots going on. Well, I'm glad that you're keeping busy. Glad that you're keeping busy. Having lots going on can be a good thing. Still same industry, or? Hey, at least you're still employed. Last time we spoke, you were like, "Yo, I'm unemployed because health problems." Or I think the word was probably unemployed due to health problems. All right, that's gonna be our starter spot. I'm just building some rooms to get this started. I'm also going to get all these dwarves sleeping in a bunkhouse for a few reasons. One of the main ones is I don't know if there's going to be vampires in this world. And in the off chance that there is, we need to be able to find them. And quickly and easily. They're also immune to lead poisoning. Although I think humans are immune to mercury poisoning in Dwarf Fortress too. Because I know that Dwarf has poisons, but it doesn't have poisons, it has venoms. I don't think it has like toxic metals. Like, I could be wrong here, but I don't actually think that like mercury has any effect and lead has no effect and all that stuff. People always tell me that my forts look really cool, so I'm trying to like make this no exception, you know? Especially because like I did a few day forts that had similar visual styles to kind of what I'm going for here for like these patterns. And I never got to expand them because they were just day forts, and it always felt like a bit of a waste because I'd put all this effort into making kind of a cool design, and then it would just kind of fall by the wayside and be forgotten because it was just a day fort and not something that I'd ever really returned to. So I'm going to put in a lot of effort to make this look cool. There we go. So that's kind of our start for the visuals. And then I need to figure out where the rest of the caravans are. What do you guys think of this hallway pattern so far, chat? Good? You better like it because it's what we're getting. This is going to be kind of the hallway connection pattern. We're also going to need to get some farming going, which I'm going to do in the upper layer. Looks like a pizza cutter. I mean, it's better than a butt plug, which is what I was immediately expecting someone to claim that very clear arrowhead that I made looks like. I'm sure it'll stop looking like a pizza cutter as we add more shapes, but... I mean, to me, I actually I like the pizza cutter. It does kind of look like a pizza cutter. Vomiting in a toilet? Where are you getting that? I don't see that at all. I do see the pizza cutter, though. I do definitely see the pizza cutter. All right, so we're constructing rock mechanisms up here. My horses are no longer starving, which is good. I'm gonna make a lever. How have I been? Up and down, RSG. Twitch has made some changes recently, which has made my life very difficult. But the YouTube crowd has been fucking doing work, so that's been nice. It's been kind of it's like 60-40. Currently, I'm babysitting my parents' dog indefinitely, and I'm gonna keep babysitting her until further notice, basically. Although I can't have her full time because she gets stressed very easily, and there's gonna be points where I can't have her because of that. But I mean, the internet thinks everything looks like penises because the internet has a very normal obsession with penises. But I have one, so I don't need to obsess over others. Also, if your penis looks like that, you got a really stubby chode. I'm not gonna lie. That's very, like, stubby chode you got there. But yeah, regardless of what shape you make a thing on the internet, people are gonna think it looks like a penis. It's almost like I have practice telling people that, or having like comebacks for people saying that the stuff I build in video games look like dicks. It's like, you look like a dick. It's just flaccid. It's hella flaccid, that's for sure. I actually, true story, bought one of my managers at my old job a flaccid dick for her birthday. It was a paperweight. Bought it at the at one of the local sex stores, and it was just a floppy, flaccid dick. She thought it was the funniest thing ever, and she would throw it at my coworkers. Maybe I was contributing to workplace harassment. I don't know. I mean, that's not what it's intended to look like. Now that we're finished with the obligatory "the fort looks like a penis" discussion, can we move on to more interesting subjects? Like, seriously? I mean, we can continue talking about this if you really want, but, like, do you really want to do that? Do we have to? There we go. Let's just set a row of these to 5 so that they finish digging out this whole circle first. Like anything else? Excellent. Okay. Here's something completely different that RSG will be interested in, so that he changes the subject away from dicks, which is, I'm sad, I broke my down stem yesterday. I was cleaning it and it snapped, so I ordered a new one. Sag. It's almost like glass gets brittle after you blast hot air through it for weeks on end. Hobo, we already ended this discussion, right? You're not helping. Also, Hobo, you need to meet RSG one of these years. One of these years, I need to actually do what I've joked about for years, which is going on tour, and like actually like maybe once I'm rich and famous Twitch streamer, which is never gonna happen. I need to just rent a streaming backpack and like go visit a bunch of friends around like North America, and kind of do like a lap around the US of A, starting in Seattle and going all the way down to California, over to Texas, and then to Florida, and then back up through New York, and then visit my sister in Quebec. It's something I've always wanted to do, but I just will I don't think I'll ever have the money to do it. But one day I need to do that, and then I can just drag Hobo up to New York and we can all hang out. But it's okay. It's a pretty standard size, so I've already ordered a replacement for it. No, I didn't break it mid-use. No, I broke it when I was cleaning it. I actually haven't used it in a week, which is probably why it broke. All right, let's see what's up on the surface. Just horned out. Yeah, I'm not too worried about surface animals now. Needs mechanics. All right. Let's just cancel that job. There you go. You go do what I need you to do. Construct that lever and hook that up to the bridge. And then the next task is going to be... well, actually, we can just deconstruct that. It's going to be getting farming up and running. You know, I'm not going to lie. Tim Hortons cookies, one of the better things Tim Hortons has. Better than their donuts, in fact. It's just like Subway's cookies. Better than their sandwiches. Like, genuine opinion. The best thing you can get from Subway is their cookies. Yeah, the Smile cookies. Well, I mean, the Smile cookies just go to charity, right? So, I mean, that's just feel-good cookie. Yeah, I don't know. You know, this maybe is just me because I worked for a company that does a lot of children's charity stuff for a really long time. But I am of the opinion that if you're going to give money to a children's hospital, just give the $4 to a children's hospital. Like, it's literally just an excuse to buy a cookie and feel good about it. Like, if you're gonna give money to charity, don't give the big company a tax deduction. Give yourself a tax deduction. You know what I mean? That's. You know, like, I know a lot of people wouldn't otherwise, so that's, like, it's a good excuse to. It's like, well, if you're going to buy the cookie anyway, then, yeah, buy the cookie that's going to give money to a good cause. But also, if you're going to give money to a good cause, don't buy cookies. You know what I mean? Like, I've been to too many meetings where it's like, yeah, Ronald McDonald House exists because it's a big fucking tax deduction, not because, like, it actually is what the company cares about. And that's kind of how I feel about the Smile cookies too. It's like, oh yeah, it's positive marketing, positive brand awareness, and also gives the big corporation a tax deduction. It's like, which is also part of the reason why I'm pretty picky about which charities I raise money for when I do charity streams. Also, is it looking less flaccid yet, chat? All right, so that's open space right here. I'm going to dig this out because I want to see more. So let's just priority 1 that. And then just immediately fill it in. I mean, what it's going to end up being is just large, wide hallways that are kind of swooping with kind of circular or spherical rooms inside of them. That's what it's going to end up looking like. Also, I'm going to redo this side a little bit. This looks a little lumpy. It looks weird. That's what it's going to end up looking like. Is just these kind of big, wide hallways with spherical rooms in them. Open space with a bunch of UFOs in it, basically. Looking less pizza cutter. I still like the pizza cutter analogy. That's a good one. I like that. All right, so I think I'm going to cut this out, and then we're going to bring all of our everything out of the wagon up here. We're just going to do a pretty generic set of zonings or stockpiling up here. Just because I need somewhere to put it, and this will be about enough space. What religions do we have? Pretty standard dwarven stuff. As far as actual religions, I haven't looked yet. We don't have enough dwarves for them to be demanding a temple or anything, so we don't have to worry about that just yet. We'll get there. We're still kind of in the early game, you know? Is this fort to stay on the channel? This fortress is going to be on the channel until October. The point of this fortress is to kind of be the opposite in gameplay style of Long Death, because Long Death is a, you know, super peaceful, trading heavy, that kind of fort. This is going to be ideally a violence fort. I want to build a military and go to war. But we haven't found any military medals yet. At the very least, we're going to build a necromancer tower. I might also, and I kind of want to do things like, you know, lava moats and such. But again, I need to actually have the correct materials to be able to do that. But yeah, that's kind of the point of this fort, is like to make all the people who are like, there's not enough splatter in the fortress, kind of happy. You know, that's the point of this fort, is to make those people happy. Just to give some people some variety, you know, and also give me some variety. Like, and believe it or not, every now and again, I get kind of tired with the Long Death, same in, same out stuff all the time. As much as I enjoy it, it's like, you know, even I need a little bit of variety now and again. So that's what this is. It's just some variety. All right, stuff's being carried in now. And we're also going to bring some wood down there. Also, we did that yesterday, so I can remove that bit about after hours. Also, Wingspan was a ton of fun, by the way. That was a great time. All right, anything else spawned? Giant Olm. Still iguanas and great horned owls. Nothing too scary. Let's actually like expand this here and see if I can make this into my farm for right now until I can like redirect some water and get a better farm set up. Oh, looks like we got pond turtles. Yeah, there's pond turtles. Fishing will be a thing. And I'm going to quickly chuck a carpenter shop down here and a mason shop next to it. Start churning out blocks and doors and such. My dad just sent me an email, and also to all my sisters, so it wasn't directly to me, about guided meditation. Well, I think my dad has officially hit his what's a midlife crisis that's like just pre-retirement, like a couple years before retirement, but no longer a midlife crisis. Like you've had a midlife crisis, maybe 3. Have I tried Timberborn? I actually have a bounty for it, but I'm not doing it today. I think I'm gonna do it on maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know what day. I have until the 26th to do it, so I will play it. But I'm gonna play it on a day where I can get a raid, so that I can actually get enough viewers to be able to do the thing. What I might do is I might do it on. I might start early one day this next week and do it then. I haven't tried it, no, but I have it. So I need to do that. I actually have a few new games to play. I also what was the name of that game? FG sent. I was sent a key by FG, but I can't remember the name of it now. Yeah, I was also sent a key for Lords and Villains, which is a thing I need to try. And there's also a game called Dustwind that I think I might be getting a key for, which came out a while ago, which I need to try. So, you know. And I need to read a bunch of words in Discord. Hold up. Scrolling up. Elves don't find cats funny. A dog goes on walks. Walking makes me move. I see nothing. I dislike beavers, trees, and grass. However, I do enjoy beer, piñatas, and ducks. Maybe everyone should hop on a Goomba. Nautilus shells protect reality. Eggs and guns make a good, balanced American breakfast. Okay, I like that one. Halloween movies are quite bad. Therefore, I should watch traditional film. There you go. Eggs and guns make a balanced American breakfast. Shoutouts. American Breakfast. My new punk band. Well done. That's a 10 out of 10. I like that one a lot. All right, so I got our carpenter's workshop done. I'm just gonna queue up a bunch of beds. Okay, so Ubal's got carpentry. Cogsack, I'm going to give masonry, so we can have 2 masons. Some migrants have arrived. Would you look at that? Our first set of newbies. Id, the blacksmith, who's legendary at something. A legendary metalsmith. An adept negotiator and an adept judge of intent. Adept counselor. Knows some poetry. Is married to Ral and is sad after being separated from a loved one. Is that Ral behind you? That is Ral behind you, who's a competent speaker and a novice poet. And I'm gonna give masonry. You can be a mason. What else could give you? Actually, instead of leatherworking, let's give you farming, because I'm going to need a fields farmer. Although I'll probably get some farmers as part of this. And a child. And so it's mom, dad, and a kid showed up. As well as what looks like a legendary woodcrafter with 2 kids. 109 years old. Dreams of mastering a skill. Again, I need another farmer. I'm going to give you farming fields again. And that'll be my 2 farmers. As well as a child. All right, so we're up to 12 dwarves, I think. And a gander. Someone exclamation point honk. And is that a piglet? A piglet! Cool. 2 animals that don't need grazing, which is actually really nice. There you go. It's the duck sound that we pretend is a goose. All right, not a bad little peasant hall, I think. Also, for anybody who missed the start of this, the plan for this fort is we're kind of doing a bit more of an RP-ish style instead of just naming dwarves after people. I'm naming them after cool things they do. So dwarves that do notable things, I will give nicknames. And if you guys think that a dwarf does something notable, then we will name that dwarf. And if that works for you guys, that's what we're going to do for the entirety of this fort. And even if it doesn't work for you guys, we're still going to do it for the entirety of this fort. Seeds. And no barrels and no barrels. And no seeds there. I think my dad should be calling me sometime in the next little bit. I'm waiting on a phone call from my dad to figure out what we're doing today. Part of the benefit of not going on an early morning hike today is I get to stream at normal time. It's a pretty big benefit, I think. All right, I think I'm going to fill this up with beds. Because of the way moods work in DF now, I can pretty easily just get away with just putting them all into a dorm for a while. So that's what we're going to do here. It's better to have them in a dorm than like waiting for actual bedrooms. We'll give them a big fancy bedroom layer, but we'll do that once we have the Dwarf power to be able to actually do that.
Crypt beer for a stream.
Thanks for the first bits of the stream. Cheers. Audio. Had a bunch of Prime subs and resubs today, but first bits of the day. Thanks. Jack, can I get a couple beers? Or rocks for audio. Cheering that dollar at my face. Or in the general direction of my stream. Actually, I think in the chat room would probably be more accurate than at my face, but you blocks repeat. Let's make another mason shop. Actually, so suspend that for a little bit and get you to make some doors. Because I need those doors specifically right here. And new shed can have stone detailing. It's going to take a long time to smooth this whole thing, though. Hey, animal. Enjoy your lurks. Same with you, Aqua. Let's put in that quartzite door. You know, it's kind of funny. One of the last recent forts I started, someone tuned in and they were like, man, doesn't Dwarf Fortress always kind of have a brown tint? I've never seen Dwarf Fortress looking all brightly colored or white. And I'm like, well, I mean, the color of the walls depend on the material and the wood used. And I think I completely blew that person's mind. Goffer, what up, dude? Those things. You are many things, Goffer, but you're definitely not Goffer. A life-changing decision. Did you decide to become just Goffer? Because that would be pretty life-changing. Spooky plans for the fortress? We're gonna build a big. We're gonna build a necromancer tower, basically. Can I ask what country that is, since you're talking about it? And what's the reasoning? You haven't earned your rights to just be Goffer yet? Well, I had to ask, you know? I had to ask, of course. From Poland to Germany. Oh, okay. I mean, to me, that's like moving from like one city to another. So that's like not that far. It sounds like such a big distance when you talk about it being a different country. But from when you're talking to a Canadian about that kind of distance, it's like, oh, okay, so you're like moving from Vancouver to Alberta. Not even as far as like Vancouver to Alberta. That's like moving from Vancouver to northern BC. Not even. It's like moving from a city to another. Yeah, it's like halfway across Ontario. It's like a third of the way across my province. It's like, oh, it's not that far. Yeah, but no, I mean, obviously, like actual like paperwork wise, I'm sure it's a bit busier. Well, I mean, actually, it's more the equivalent of like moving from Vancouver to Seattle in reality. That's more of a closer analog. That's more of what it is. Anything spooky on the surface? Nope. So far, it's been pretty normal animals spawning up top. It's not that spooky of a area. You want to move abroad but when you get your degree, but knowing English apart from my other tongue makes it being tricky. No offense, but or not no offense. I'll take this as a compliment, but like I would never know that English wasn't your main language by the way you type. You type in English very coherently. Yeah, I mean, it's easier for sure. It's probably... There's a goblin crossbowman visiting. I don't even have a tavern yet. Wait, hold on a second. This goblin crossbowman is wearing 2 artifacts. Fatal Wasted, the Lurid Filgim, a linen cap. A superior quality linen cap, encrusted with rose-cut black opals and made from linen cloth. On the item is an image of smooth pebbles in cryolite. And Worth Despair, a schist crown. This is a schist crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of lead, and this object menaces with spikes of donkey bone. On the item is an image of a table-cut gem in chicken bone. Oh no, for sure. I completely understand that. I mean, I'm just talking about when I say like when I talk about moving and stuff like that, I'm specifically just talking about distance, which yeah is very inaccurate in comparison. Okay, how the hell are you visiting? I don't have anywhere for you to visit, or anything for you to visit, by that matter. Making plump helmets. And plump helmets. Yeah, that's not too far. So why the decision to move back? Did like a work opportunity show up, or is it just something you decided to do? On top of all the usual things not feeling like home. No, I understand that. What are you doing, little goblin? I mean, to be fair, we are at peace with the goblins. But it's still a little weird. I'm gonna make some rock mugs real quick. Seems like our goblin visitor is leaving. It's legendary at something. Petitions. Ah. Aboth Weldbraids wishes to reside in Dark Cosmos for the purpose of eradicating monsters. What do we say to this, goblin chat? I personally think no, because we don't really have the proper accommodations for freeloading right now. But that's cool. That means we're gonna get petitions for visitors. That's cool. We're gonna need to. I'm saying no to that one, but we're going to need to bring in more. Or we're gonna need to build guest accommodations, I think. And that is now a dormitory, so we now have places to sleep, which is good. They do indeed, but I need accommodations for them so they don't get all stressy, you know? Which currently we don't have. It certainly will, yeah, no. I actually really like having like a squad of goblins in a lot of forts. I think that sort of stuff's a lot of fun. Having a gob squad is always a good time, but we'll wait until what's the word? We'll wait until things are a little bit more set up before we start doing that. I don't think so, because they're not possessed by us. I don't think that's how that works, but I could be wrong. I mean, I'm pretty sure Gobbo's leaving anyway. Yeah, Gobbo left, so it doesn't matter. Just make more beds. And once that's done, well, actually, let's make some wheelbarrows after that's done, and then after that we're going to start working on menacing wooden spikes. I mean, currently I don't even know what the Fortress Wealth is because we don't even have a broker. So there's also that. Actually, hold on. I would like to quickly record something. I just want to have a circle printer, basically. Hold up. Bark, 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 bark. Not quite that many, but you know. Oh no! Bark, 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 bark. Made it too big. Bark, 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 bark. Oh, I see why I hit the edge of the map. So I guess I could just go up here and do that. I mean, it would help if I, you know, actually. Did that right, but I didn't. How's the dog doing? She hasn't been eating. I left her alone a little bit because I did a beer run last night so that me and my dad can have some beer, but she was howling by the time I got back, so she's kind of stressed. So she hasn't eaten today, which isn't great, but she's also a fussy drama queen at times, as my mom says. As I said yesterday, as I said a couple days ago, dog hears dog sounds, and then dog, by law, has to make more dog sounds. Because dog sounds. Right, dog sounds? All right. I need somebody with rock crafting. It's the law, yeah. It's the law of dog. If dog hears dog sounds, dog must make more dog sounds. Dog heard dog sounds, so thus dog is making dog sounds. All right. I'm going to. I think it would just be easiest to just make a tavern right here, right? So we're gonna make a tavern with some tables. A couple more tables. And then some chairs. And it's just gonna kind of go in the middle of everything. It'll be fine. Autumn has arrived on the calendar. If dog equal dog, then dog, dog. Yes, exactly. But what if dog squared? Then what? What happens if dog is squared? Chat, does it still look like a pizza cutter or does it look less pizza cutter? Because I think it looks way less pizza cutter. That's very much a dog box. But yes, no, I agree. That is indeed dog squared. For some reason, I have the song "Monstrous Ball" by the Butcher Babies stuck in my head right now. It's a pretty catchy song. It's the only metal show I've gotten a concussion at. It was a good show. I'd like to see them again if they ever came back. If it's cubed? Oh, that's dog cubed. Did you just like Google dog square to get that? Oh my god, that is way too funny. I mean, also, that's just a Minecraft dog IRL. That's all that is. Oh Jesus, whew, that is too silly. I love it. That is way too silly. It's Minecraft doggo. Yeah, absolutely. That is great. I love that. Where did you get that? I really hope you just typed in dog squared and got that. That's genuinely my hope. I don't think that's what happened, but I really hope that you just typed in dog squared. Square dog, or squog for short. All right, so I made this zone. Let's make it into a tavern. Add in/tavern. The walled copper what now? The walled copper chestnut. That is a horrendous name. Let's name it the Romantic Quakes. I like that. And I'm just going to make it citizens and residents only. We don't really need dwarves like, you know, hanging out there when they're not supposed to be. And it was the second picture. So, you know, that's gonna... I want someone to, like, tag that image on the DF wiki for, like, dog size cubed, in centimeters cubed. I really want somebody to do that. 'Cause that's way too funny. Like, that's kind of incredible, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of incredible. Well, they've arrived. It's time to meet our outpost liaison, I suppose. Also, somehow people are getting into an Age of Empires stress test, and I don't know how, and it makes me sad. Oh. Oh, I know why it's inaccessible, actually, because I... maybe I don't know why it's inaccessible. Maybe I need to make the corners bigger. Welp. Oh, actually, it's probably this. That probably is what's making it inaccessible. That is dog cubed, what we were just talking about. It is third and dog squared. I mean, it is a square dog. And it lets you in? Oh, really, Atheros? Huh. I should talk to Evil Trick about that. Do you know if multiplayer is working, or is it just, like, random single-player stuff? Because I really want to try that. Oh yeah, I mean I'm not currently in Windows Insider. Doran says, I am your outpost liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I think for right now, I'm just going to request anvils. And iron, if I can. It's only multiplayer? Excellent. I might have to take a look. I haven't been paying much attention to the Steam pages and stuff, but thanks for the heads up. There's a few things they would like. And Doran says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. What's that combat? Hammer Dwarf beat the shit out of an iguana. Well, I think we found Hobo's spirit animal. Because Hobo likes to beat the shit out of iguanas in real life because they eat his hot peppers. All right. Let's see. Oh, really? Is that still not fit? Okay. Well, I guess I need to make the whole thing wider then. Set to private game and fill slots with AIs. Yeah, I gotcha. I need to try that. Seems interesting. Because, like, you know, I like old Age of Empires. There you go. Now it fits. We'll just make it wider. It's fine. I need to check how long it's running for, actually. But Athros, have you tried it? Do people have opinions on it? Is it good? Because like, I've been very nervously awaiting news of Age of Empires because, you know, I really like Age of Empires, but I'm not like the most convinced that Relic is the best fit for an Age of Empires game. So it's been quietly like nervously awaiting bad news, I guess. But I'm just curious as to if there are opinions on it so far. I just don't want it to go the way of Stronghold, you know what I mean? Because Stronghold, once a grand, wondrous franchise, now kind of dog shit for on a good day. Stinky dog shit on a bad day. And it's just unfortunate, to put it bluntly. Fucking unfortunate. Now I'm just curious for people who've played it, what they think. Keep mining that out. I don't know what I'll do with that circle, but we'll think of something. I got space for another one. All right, so I need to set a broker. Oops, somebody up as broker. You seem to be a decent Grandmaster Liar, you shot. Grandmaster Liar. Whereas our black, okay, you've got negotiator. We'll give it to you because you've got the negotiation stat. If I jump down here real quick, jump over to this. Let's just quickly queue up a bunch of spiked wooden balls. Get those going, and then we'll trade those. Is anybody else here really excited about New Age of Empires, or is that just a me thing? I think it might just be a me thing. I know it's probably not something I'll stream, at least on my channel, because if Evil Trick wants to stream it, I'll play it with him. But I find I personally find RTS games extremely taxing to stream and not the most fun generally. Hey, little son, welcome back. Hope you're having a good Saturday. We're just mining. Mining. Don't mind our dust. Let's bring those spiked balls up here. It's now a building you have to build called a landmark, which are unique to civs and do unique things. 2 civs in the stress test subvert this a bit. The units and upgrade paths are very reminiscent of AoE 2 versus AoE 3. Good. And the units are also distinct versus the muddiness of AoE 3. Yeah. I mean, I enjoyed AoE 3 as a casual RTS experience. I don't think it was like a flawless RTS experience by any stretch, but I certainly enjoyed it as a just a casual RTS game. Just grabbing some leather. Ooh, night creature leather. I'm gonna grab some plump helmets. Some of this. Some of that. Some cheese. Do they have any books? They do. All right, that'll be our trading for the day. It seems the series died. I mean, Age of Mythology and Age of Empires 3 both came out after that. And same with AoE Online, but nobody played that because it was bad. AoE Online for me was the death of the franchise. AoE 3, I actually, like I said, I kind of liked. I know that's kind of a unpopular opinion, but there was definitely things about Age of Empires 3 that I enjoyed. Which is really nice. Oh, that's kind of neat. I mean, that just comes with new technology, right? More variation just kind of comes with the technology for it. All right, we can suspend those now. But yeah, Age of Empires 4 is coming out in like a month. It's the first Age of Empires game since like the late 2000s. I mean, when did AoE 3 come out? I still have my box for that somewhere. And there's a free stress test right now on the Steam page. When did AoE 3 come out? Yeah, 2005. So like it's the first Age of Empires in 16 years. Trust me, if that was possible, someone would have done it already. Also, RimWorld UI is shit. Don't at me. It's really bad. I don't understand why people talk about RimWorld UI like it's good. It's really, really not. It's not free. You pay monthly for it. As somebody who pays monthly for Game Pass is certainly not free. People should stop saying it's free, because it's not. It's included with your subscription to Game Pass. My dad's coming over at 3, so that means I have another hour and a half a stream. Yeah, it's more. That's more of just a terminology thing that I'm trying to break on this stream, because like I've been hearing more and 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 more things like, oh, it's free on Game Pass. It's like, no, it's not free on Game. It's like I also would like to say that, but as somebody who pays for Game Pass is certainly not free. Like, it's not expensive, but it's certainly not free. You know? It's like, I would like stuff to be free on Game Pass, but trust me, it's not. You pay for it, but it's worth the price of entry. I'll say that. Like, it's certainly worth what they're charging for it. It's a good service, but it's not free because I pay for it. What do I think that could easily be done better? Nonsensical man. Okay, so here's the reason why the RimWorld UI is good. It's because people mod it to be good. The default RimWorld UI is lacking a lot of things that the Dwarf Fortress UI has. Dwarf Fortress's UI, and this is not a popular opinion, Dwarf Fortress's UI is extremely simple. It's just obtuse. All of the menus in the game are listed right there. It's just a list. And if that's too obnoxious, you can make it smaller with F12. You want stockpiles, hit P. You want your unit list, hit U. You want your building screen, hit B. All of your buildings are there. Like, it's actually very well organized and simple. The problem is people look at it and go, "Bah, ASCII!" and then they run away screaming. The RimWorld UI is a clusterfuck of symbols and tiny little buttons that are not laid out in a logical manner. I personally feel that the mock-ups that Tarn has for Dwarf Fortress are significantly better laid out, in my opinion. But I also don't like talking about RimWorld on this stream if I can avoid it. Dwarf Fortress just looks like a lot of menus because it's so fluid and quick that if you're watching a stream of it, someone just flies through all the menus and it looks like a mess. But when you're actually using it and you're used to it, it's a very intuitive, simple system. Which is unfortunate because it's all getting thrown out the window with the Steam version, but you know, here we are. It's what the people want, so it's what the people will get. But there sort of are UI mods included as part of DF Hack, but modding the UI by itself isn't possible in Dwarf Fortress, which is why no one's done it. But those are the DF Hack stuff is integrated into the UI, but it's still the same system, and the Dwarf Therapist stuff is a complete separate window that you have to load. Okay, so you're a paper maker. I don't really need someone who's just a paper maker. I need stone detailing, and I also need more farming. You like partying. You're a farmer. I'm just gonna give you metalsmithing and stone detailing. You're just a peasant. You're 32 years old. You rely on the advice of others. You like tetrahedrite and copper, horse leather, and muskox horn. I'll give you some crafts. Metalsmithing and metal crafting. I think I'm going to give you butchery and tanning, which I don't actually have any use for yet. We are starting to run low on alcohol. We need to get kitchens up and running. Ooh, you're legendary at something. You're a legendary cheesemaker. Don't see that every day. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's give you weaving, glassmaking, and bone carving. I have a feeling Dwarf Fortress will keep all of its keyboard triggers. At least that's what Tarn's been making it seem like, so. Now, I really don't want you to go fishing because fishing is dangerous. I know that it's your job, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to take you off of fishing, Olon, and give you some crafts and butchery and tanning. Also, we'll need a brewer. That dwarf dipped into that hole right when I went to select them. Yeah, no, I agree, Ocelot. And Tarn's kind of like said as much. He's like, you know, we're trying to keep that stuff consistent, but hopefully we actually get that consistency. I should also make a mayor's office right away. What do I want you doing? You know, actually, we'll just do this. You can be our brewer. Hi, here. I'm blind. I don't really like the public perception that the DFUI is bad. And I really wish that that wasn't the case. Because if the public perception wasn't that the DFUI is bad and that it's obtuse, I think people would put more effort into trying to learn it. And that's like the actual sad part, is people just don't try to learn it. If people tried to learn it, then I honestly think that then the DFUI would get taken more seriously and more people would get stuff out of the game. But because nobody tries to learn it, they just say, oh, the UI is bad. People don't even give it a chance, which I think is kind of sad. Why am I? My keyboard got shifted and I was hitting the wrong button. I was like, why is shift not working? Well, clearly it's because I was hitting caps lock. Oh, no, totally. I completely agree with those bits, but I don't agree that the UI is bad. Diamond. I don't agree with the public perception that the UI for Dwarf Fortress is bad. All right. Anyway, this isn't a relevant discussion whatsoever, so. 225-page master thesis on Dwarf Fortress. I like the name of that. Josh Diaz, Dwarf Fortress, gathers at the statue and attends a party. Yes, this checks out. You gotta love the gathering at the statue and attending the party. We've had this discussion a billion times, Aqua. What's your point? All right. Also, I think the other reason there hasn't been any full overhaul mods for the UI for DF is because the people who play DF like the UI, generally. A face? Oh, it is kind of a face, actually. It's like a squinty eye, a big eye, and then a... Oh! It kind of is. You're not wrong. It's the face of the fortress, and you gotta face it to believe.
This is madness. Madness.
What kind of Chinese food, hobo? Ral, the Mason withdraws from society. Yeet. We have our first artifact. Claims a Mason's workshop. All right, all right. Grabs some fool's gold, orthoclase. And has begun a mysterious construction. Please make a door. Please make a door. Please make a door. Please make a door. Please. I'm begging you. Please. Please. It's not intentional, though. It was not. I was just trying to make it not look like a pizza cutter and not look like a penis, which are the other two things chat said it looked like. So I'll take a face. Face is totally fine. Hey man, mall Chinese is still good eating. I'm hoping for an artifact door. Hoping. Also, chat, if you want to help with the stream, here's a Reddit thread where you could theoretically help out the stream. Although I will say that this spooky fort has ended up being kind of anticlimactic. How many dwarves are we up to? 21! 21! I need some offices. Ral, the Mason, who needs a nickname now, has created Gukil Amkol Zim Razmer, a quartzite floodgate. And she claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Stakud Gearshot. Not a door. Hashtag not a door. Hashtag sad vibes. Lurch counseled the crest of violators. This is a quartzite floodgate. All Craftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval quartzite cabochons and oval orthoclase cabochons, and encircled with bands of round quartzite cabochons. Make him a make-son? All right, chat. What nickname does this dwarf get? So this is Ral. So their name is Ral. Ral Gates. They can, but I think they can still be toppled even if they're artifacts. I might be mistaken there. I'm not going to use it as a door though. They're too easy to screw up. I'm gonna put it in the kitchens. We'll go right here. Flood stopper? I like gates. I don't know. Flood stopper's a bit too... Bit too long in the tooth. I'm just gonna go with gates because I'll remember. Let's just smooth that. Okay, earring it is. I don't think they could make an earring at a mason's shop, though. And we got plenty of mugs. The tavern is bustling from what I can tell. Let's see what the dwarves think of this place. Kivish. Almost entirely happy thoughts. Well, that's good. That's good. Almost entirely happy thoughts. We need to set up a set of temples pretty soon, I think. We need to start building temples. Figure out what those temples are going to look like, you know? So we can punch them right in the temple. Also, thanks for all the hosts today, guys. Cheers. Cheers to everybody who clicks the old host button. Because it helps the stream out a lot, believe it or not. Hashtag not a door. I see that, hobo. This is not a door. The lack of craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. The door is on a frame. It exists. Even though it is not a door. There's the question of where do I put the offices? Think about, okay, who's fishing? Someone was fishing. I thought I said no fishing, guys. Oh, I found our culprit. Dascott, the cook, is fishing. No fishing. No fishing. Fishing is dangerous. Fishing is like a one-stop shop to death. Especially in biomes where who knows what could show up. All right, am I currently not making any rock blocks? We should start making rock blocks. Thinking of what's on the map? Nothing super scary. Great horned owls, iguanas, and then there's cave crocodiles and the occasional pond grabber in the caverns. Which is, you know, nothing super frightening. I need kitchen. Still, that's what I'm looking for. I always have to like refresh my brain what the hotkeys are in this menu. There we go. Brew drinks from plants. Brew drinks from plants. And my cook is coming to construct a building too, which is good. They will probably get those done pretty quick, I would think. I'm actually kind of shocked that nobody brought pets yet. There's no, like, dogs in the fort yet. Down here we can start digging more spheres. You know, when you say no carps, I read that in no capes voice. I'm like weirdly tired today. I think that part of the reason for that is like, what you know, I was kind of up late last night because I slept in yesterday. I slept in until like, oh man, I want to say like roughly like 11:30 in the morning. Like I slept in quite a bit. And because of that, I just like am obnoxiously tired. I'd say it's more of a reference than a pun though. Animal. Twitch has had this bug recently with the analytics screen for me, where it turns on and it works, and then it just like blinks off, which is very weird to me. It's very, very weird how it works. It's like I try and load the Twitch analytics page. It loads for a half second and then it like half refreshes but doesn't. It's kind of annoying. That too. Yeah, that too. I mean, to be honest, my dad's coming over at 3 p.m. today, and we're just going to drink beer and listen to records, which I'm not going to poo-poo hiking or anything, but, like, if given the option between going on a long, exhausting walk in the rain or staying at home and eating chips and peanuts and listening to some records, which one would you take? I'm just going to... just hypothetical, obviously. I'm not saying you're actually in that situation with either of those options, but, like... Welcome back. I hope sorting meds for the people was good. And you know what that means, Hobo? I'm showing my dad Infestissimum today. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. All the peanuts, yes, all the peanuts. I mean, we actually probably were going to go on a hike on the dike. What do you think of year 0? The question is, this is a question for you guys. Should I tell him that they're singing about Satan, or just, like, don't say anything? Okay, well then I'm just going to smile. Absolutely not. I mean, if I don't tell him, he might like them. Because like the past few times I've been over to my parents' house, my dad's been like blasting music real loudly on their computer, and he's been listening to like old performances of like Nazareth and very like my dad's been getting back into like 80s metal. Yeah, I have 3 monitors. I can show you. Let's just pause DF and I'll show you what's on my monitors. Shit cam activate. Stuff. Twitch shit. OBS. Video games, sometimes Discord behind it. Your face. Notifications, like tips and stuff. And then my bot. I don't actually need my bot up there, but... that's what my streaming setup looks like. And obviously, a rat. Hi, H2O. I mean, all well, that's very all-encompassing. I don't know if I can go that far, but some stuff as well, that's for sure. I mean, how else are we going to support the mouse without a literal mouse? Also, these monitors, they might look super cool. They're not expensive. They're budget Amazon like basics BenQ monitor. Like they are the one of the cheapest big monitors you can get. They're not even 144 hertz. They're only 60 hertz, and they are quite basic in that regard. And you know, you can also be our manager. And let's also make you our bookkeeper. Like it looks like a much fancier setup than it actually is. And then this monitor over here is actually like 8 years old. So two of them were super cheap, and then the other one is 8. Like the stand for the three of them cost more than a monitor. So I mean, is streaming your job, H2O? Because if not, you really don't need that many monitors. Like really, you don't need it. Drove his colleagues bananas when he decided to relive those old punk rock days. Yeah, right now my dad's just driving my mom bananas. Although, according to my mom, dad's only allowed to blast music while he's doing the dishes. So he does the dishes very slowly, which I think is really funny. It's like, I literally went over there the last time I went over there, but I'm like, Mom, what's that noise? And she's like, oh, your dad's doing the dishes. I was like, that's really loud dishes. Exclamation point tile set. It's a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. I actually have 2 different versions of it. I make a different version for each version of the game that comes out. Or I get Cooler to make a new version of it for each version of the game that comes out. Diminishing returns. I would like a 4th monitor for a specific reason. I would like a 4th monitor specifically for Discord. Because it's kind of annoying having Discord behind things. But I don't actually need it, so I'm not in a rush. So I sent a DM to a friend of mine who I play other games with off stream, and was like, yo, there's a Age of Empires stress test happening if you want to try it at some point. And he just responds with, there are no other video games, only Valheim's, so... Those are rare and cost a motherfucker. They're not that rare. You just need a swivel stand. And then you just have some settings in your OS to fiddle with. And that's about it. It's pretty easy to set up, actually. But yeah, you could get ones that are designed for it to swivel automatically, but you can also just do it with a few settings. Oh, hell yeah, Tamika. I mean, free monitors are best monitors. But yeah, I don't know. Like, you don't need that many monitors. And if you're just like, especially if you're just playing games and stuff. And in a lot of cases, like, having multiple monitors makes playing older games harder too, so it's kind of a pain sometimes. Like, honestly, for just like for someone who's just using a computer, I would actually recommend going the hobo route, and he's gonna be really happy to hear me say this. Just get yourself a fucking ultra wide if you want the multiple monitor experience without actually getting multiple monitors, because compatibility is just so much better. Because like a lot of things just straight up don't support multiple monitors. Just get yourself an ultra wide and you'll be good to go. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean, Tygo. These are eye care monitors, so they're very soft on the blue light, which is nice. Yeah, just get yourself like a 34-inch monitor or like an ultra-wide monitor if you're just a normal user instead of like, you know, doing this as a job. The whole like, yo, I have 6 monitors is a little silly though. Like I know some people with like an absolutely absurd number of screens. So poor man's dual monitor setup and split your screen. Like right now you have 2 browsers open, each taking half the screen. Yeah, I mean, you could do that with an ultra wide and it's like quite literally the exact same experience minus the center bezel. Ultra wide monitors also, because like they're not that popular these days, a lot of people don't like them. You can get like a curved ultra, like I almost bought a curved ultra wide monitor instead of getting 2 more monitors because it was cheaper to get the curved ultra wide and it would have given me about the same amount of real estate as 2 monitors, but I opted to go with 2 monitors because I was a little bit more flexible with it and I could still have the 3rd one more comfortably. So like, you know. But like you could get like ridiculously large curved ultra wide monitors for reasonable pricing usually. I want 144 hertz. I can't afford it. Like these 2 monitors that I have, they have a 144 hertz model. I'd like to get the 144 hertz model, but unfortunately, it's not my highest priority right now. They're expensive as shit. No, they really, really are. Ultra rides are so fucking pricey. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But, you know, is what it is. Oh, the other thing I need to do. Let's go to bookkeeper settings. All counts accurate. Tell me what we got. What are we on? What are we looking at? What are we sitting on? What do we need to do now? I think what actually we really need to do is is that open space? I think it is. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, it is. All right, let's just mine through this real quick and have a peek. See how far the caverns go and see where we can dig. Not that much further. All right. Well, it's a good thing I stopped where I did. Jesus. Let's fill that in. I think that's where I'm gonna put my office. Actually, we're gonna hollow this out and make this into a mayor's office because we're gonna get a mayor pretty soon. Obviously, we'll also need a small chunk of it for the bookkeeper's stuff. It's a little opulent for a mayor's office though. So you know what? Let's maybe cut it in half, like around there. That can be mayor's office and mayor's bedroom. Or maybe mayor's office and dining room combo. Mayor's bedroom can be back here. Coming off the back of the mayor's office. And we can put our other workers right here. So this is going to be kind of a combo office for everything. Mayor can have their office there. So bookkeeper, manager, and them will, and captain of the guard and all that will have their offices there. Maybe sheriff if we have one of those. And dungeon master, of course, and all that stuff. And then everything else can just fill in accordingly. Excellent. It's a good thing I stopped mining where I did, because holy crap. No, unfortunately. Maybe Goblin. But not Gremlin. You once had 5 monitors. The tricky thing is that during the CRT... Oh, it was during the CRT period and LCD were not on the market yet? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That must have been heavy. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of one of my old mods, Crutonium. He was streaming once, and he has a habit of dumpster diving for furniture and used computer parts. And he was streaming, chilling, streaming. And then thunk. There's this audible thunk in the background, and he just goes, oh no, and gets this big grin on his face, and then his desk collapsed. That's like the first image that comes to mind when you say that you had 5 monitors that were all CRTs. It's just desk, thunk, just collapsing. Because holy shit, that's a lot of weight. All right, so down here we have a little set of water, which hopefully we can do something with. Yeah, that can't have been good for eyes either. Like, at the very least, like, modern monitors are pretty okay on your eyes, whereas, like, aside from the blue light stuff, but even then, like, they're still pretty okay. Whereas, like, CRTs were just horrible. CRTs were just plain horrible. So who's looking forward to the conquest of this fortress? The Reigns of Terror. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure that we will eventually find some sort of usable weaponry metals once we get down to the deep metals areas, and then take over the world. It was the limit for the tiny weak ass desk. Yeah, no, I could see that. That's sketchy, man. No, absolutely. It's amazing to see how far tech has come. Speaking of how far tech has come and things that are amazing to see, what up, Haz? How's things, man? All right, so in the middle of this, I'm making a stone stockpile. Which is going to not be for metal ores and have 3 wheelbarrows. And I'm going to do mason shop. Mason shop. Mason shop. And mason shop. And I'm going to go up here and I'm going to deconstruct and deconstruct those 2 mason shops. Wood wheel. Let's just make 10 wooden wheelbarrows, because I can queue them up from there now. That's a cursed image if you've ever seen one. That's the beauty of Twitch emotes, though, Tygo, is you can curse them. And rock block. Rock blocks. 1,000. So I will make the cinnabar blocks and then just the everything else blocks. And then this up here, right above it, is going to be a block stockpile. And then upstairs are going to go there, 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 and there. Cheesemaker, I'm going to put you on masonry as well. The problem is I don't think that my manager actually... Oh, nope, you do have an office. They're just currently filling out the orders. Currently, everybody's putting stuff away. Just a thought it'd be cool to have torches and signposts in DF. Signposts found on roads and torches or fortresses in Adventure. I completely agree, but they would have no mechanical benefit right now. But I know Tarn has talked about torches and stuff. Although there is always the Krug Smash solution to that problem, which is just simply put things that you call torches on as part of the wall texture. So Krug Smash just has torches that are just part of the wall texture that just go there. Which I think is a pretty decent solution. Wait, what? Well, how come you haven't filled out any of those jobs yet? There you go. Now you're going to go manage work orders. You were still counting my stuff, I guess. I mean, to be fair, that is a pretty big job. There we go. Now everything's going to get done. Excellent. I mean, that's how I feel when people say lick things. It's actually part of the reason I don't have a lick emote is because, like, I don't know. I that part of like in chat RP is just weird to me. I don't want anybody licking anything anywhere near me. It's a programming thing. It's a programming and art thing primarily. All right, so bar/block. Only stone and clay blocks. And we will also then remove the bits on this. That's going to be a lot of storage. Oh, you did? I mean, they are a playable faction. They're just not a super playable faction. Like, they're playable-ish, for sure. They are certainly playable-ish. Unless, like, you've added actual mechanics to them to make them functional fully. We're into late winter, almost into the first year of our new fort. I thought about making this one over here horizontal, but it was actually too heavy for my arm because it's an older monitor and it's quite thick. I could have made one of the new ones horizontal if I wanted to, but they're too big to be horizontal and they would just look weird. If I end up getting a fourth, which is in the plans, then I'll make one of them horizontal. You know, we're almost on that day where we all need to remind each other if they remember. We've almost hit that point. It's almost that time of the year where we get to ask people if they remember. Wait, it's almost that point. I kind of can't wait. Because, chat, do you remember? Also, no, let's make 2 mechanism shops. And I will make them out of Let's make him out of phthalite. Fish, what jobs do you have? Let's give you mechanics. Engineering. What are you running away from? Something scary? Great horned owl, probably. Terrified while running away from conflict. Definitely an owl. Because it worked on that beat. I mean, you know what? I completely believe that. No questions
Many
asked.
people ask me, Nikita.
It's a good sale though, Ryan. It's a good sale. Come on, I gotta link a good deal. What up? How much did you buy from that sale? For whatever it's worth, I directly DM'd it to some people. Okay, let's see. Okay, sure. Sure. You know, the problem is I don't really have a records budget right now. That's a good set, though. That's a good set of 3. And those are really good prices, too. Fucking Starfucker Miracle Mile for $17? Hell yeah. That's a damn fine deal, dude. This is the difference. Polyvinyl for you, $4.95 shipping. $29 for me. Ugh. And that's for the slow one. The fast one is like almost more than the records. DF Wiki is down. Oh no, whatever shall we do? Really? That's weird. That's not good. Yep, it's down. 404 is here. Sometimes it pays to live in this hellhole. Yeah. Although, so this is cool. And you want to know why this is cool, chat? It's because in the news over here, there was a lot. Oh, now there's just reports of wars constantly. There was a shit ton of reports of kidnappings. And look what just arrived. Nagom Dazab. A goblin thief. 2 of them! 3 of them! Holy shit! Not 1, not 2, but 3. 3 kitty grabbers. Ooh. Any more? Shoutouts to the horses for being an excellent lookout. This one is Nagom. It's Nagom Doomwarded. This one is Stradono Dream Nettle. And Nako Jackal Release. Release the jackals, I think. You went to the mega discount mark and they had a 3-pound wheel of brie cheese for $10. Holy shit. Like 100 grams of like high quality brie here is like $10. Good Lord. Yeah, no, I would 1,000. I don't even eat cheese that often and I would buy that. 3 pounds of cheese? My God. You can unironically use the cheese command today. Because that's literally cheese for everyone. Like, there is 71 people, 69 people. Right as I looked, it dropped to 69. There's 69 people watching this stream right now, and that would be enough that everybody could have some cheese. There's literally cheese for everyone. That's wonderful. Anyway, I need to quickly make a squad. Let's just say no uniform. And everybody and whatever the heck you're carrying. All right. Goblins are running. Okay, let's unstation them so that they stop running. And lock the door. Somebody lock the door. Let's turn you guys around. You know what? Let's just cancel that so that they don't potentially damage stuff. Yeah, it looks like they left. Yeah, they did leave. We scared them off. Success. We've saved the children. Also, hey, Brander. How's things, man? So there's children snatchers here, which I'm super happy with, actually. It's been a while since I've seen child snatchers in DF, so that's super cool. No, they ran off the map. So we intimidated them. I didn't really want to kill them because I don't really have a trained military yet, and the last thing I need is like to scar my dwarves. So instead we used intimidation tactics and scared them away and saved the children. And besides, the children are all the way down here, and there's only 2 of them. One of them is 7. The other one is 12. So like, you know, they're not the most child snatch or like what's the word? They're not the most wimpy, I suppose. Or rather, they're not the bravest of dwarves, so I don't really want them to get intimidated and scared, because it's not great for their mental health. Yeah, child snatchers are kidnappers, basically. They show up and they steal the dwarven children, and then they brainwash them and turn them into slave workers and then invade you with them. That's what they do. Ishmael. They're usually goblins that do the child snatching, but I have seen child snatchers that are goblin dwarves. It's part of goblin culture. Okay, fair enough. They brainwash them into their own. They basically integrate them into their society. Which is no rights, and murder is legal. Or into early spring. It's weird playing DF without getting tributes, I'm not gonna lie. What's this? Goblin and the Coming Trumbles. Oh, okay, so these are books that are located there. Man, there's so many invasions and reclaims going on in here. So many invasions, I can't even really keep track. And this evil biome has spread from just 1 tile up to 1 tile above and 1 tile below. Surprised about what bit? Human swordsman? Hide your kids, hide your wife, because they be everybody out here. You know, I miss that video. The auto-tune the news thing. Because like that was a good era of YouTube. When auto-tune the news was the biggest shit in the world. I miss that era of YouTube. One of them was named Doom Doom something. Text message incoming spam. Oh, I like this. I like this spam message. Alert! Bracket, bracket. Square bracket. So normal bracket, alert, normal bracket, then square bracket, then square bracket. You have received $3,621.22 CAD from reference Canada 67.cancentral.can.cloudapp.az your .ut.com. Delete. Done. Also, RBC customer, we have detected unusual transactions on your account. Please visit below link rbcroyal-alerts.ut.azure.com. I'm not an RBC customer, so that would be unusual if there was RBC transactions happening in my account because I'm not an RBC customer. I mean, I was saying I wanted a record budget. This is true. I mean, I'm in streamer has to be frugal season for a bit until I kind of know what ends up happening with the auto hosting situation for Twitch. So, streamer has to be smart. Otherwise, I'd totally just buy like 5 records on that polyvinyl snail. But, you know, polyvinyl's been around for a while and they've been doing big sales for a long time, so it's not going to be the last polyvinyl sale, so I'm not too worried. Logs and coal. Logs and coal? What, did he get bad gifts from Santa one year or something? The hell? Ooh, some migrants have arrived. Another legendary metalsmith. Ooh, an eye nail ring? That's kind of cool. Alrighty. There's a peasant here. You can have that. Give you some crafts and mechanics. As well as a lamb. Someone's pet lamb, nonetheless. Is that a legendary brewer? Oh, it's a legendary poet and speaker. Boo! An adequate brewer. Oh, I need more. Wait, there's a dead thing. What is that? Oh, it's a dead iguana. Right. Right, I remember seeing that combat log now. There's a dyer. You need more tasks than just dying. Another furnace operator. Let's give you mining and stone detailing because I need more stone detailers. Another woodcutter, but let's give you farming as well. Maybe some crafts. Another child. I'm going to slaughter those 2 mules. Let's just give you hunting. That's much more useful than animal trapping. Another metalsmith, a mechanic, I think. Yep, that's good. You can have mining as well. A fisher dwarf that needs those tasks removed because those are dangerous. I need some gem cutters, so we'll give you gem cutting. farmer, who I think I can do. Yep, I can just leave you on farming. Ooh, a trader. So dull. How many dwarves are we up to? 42? This might get us up to, mayor level. Oh, 45? Maybe not. Uh-oh. Now that's interesting. An injured dwarf. Her upper leg is gone. Well, we can't have that. That's a little ominous. Hey, sauces. It works and you don't need overlay programs. I mean, they do make the game easier. Like, realistically, like, they do make managing your dwarf... Well, not easier. They make managing your dwarves quicker. But you do not need it. You really, really, really don't. That's interesting, though. Yeah, a one-legged peasant. I'm sure it won't affect them much. And Ral Gates, our dwarf who made an artifact earlier, gave birth to a baby. Daughter of Gates and Id. She personally greatly respects those who observe decorum and maintain their dignity, views loyalty unfavorably, and values family, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and values honesty. Sense slapped into you on the topic of relationship. Hold on a second. DeBerries, are you seriously going to be asking the dude who systematically deconstructed and fucked up the one relationship that he actually cared about in his life due to overworking and has been single for 2 years? You're going to ask me for relationship advice? I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I don't know if that's a wise thing to do. Looks like we're going to get a mayor. I'm not judging. I'm just saying I wouldn't ask me for advice. And the Dusk Company of Lobsters, a farmer guild, has been established. See if we can learn their past. The one-legged dwarf, maybe not. But what I could do is I'm going to start working on bedrooms next. So we could let's just make 70 beds. I'm not going to do that, but what I am going to do is I'm going to what I am going to do is I'm going to actually no, not Cinnabar. What I am going to do, what I can do is put some engravings in their bedroom, I think. Also, where are you? Oh shit, you can't even move. I'm going to kick roast. Legless. That's a name, I think, that deserves being dwarfed. Now I'm just going to quickly jump down to medical. I got no dwarves with relevant skills. I need somebody who dreams of caring for somebody, or someone who's kind, who likes helping people. Dreams of raising a family. Is a pessimist, generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. Isn't particularly ambitious and doesn't handle stress well. Can sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and often acts with compassion. Got him. Soto is going to be the doctor. No, legless, not to be confused with Legoless, okay? This dwarf is legless. They are not out of Lego, okay? They have not interacted with the brick company in the slightest. You have to move home for personal reasons. This is happening soon, and your girlfriend is in full support, but she can't come with you until 4 months max. You're so scared to go long distance, even though you've done it before. Okay, well, I've never been in a long distance relationship, so I'm probably definitely not the person to ask. But like that being said, you know, do what you think is right. Like I'm unfortunately probably the worst person to ask. Just gonna put 3 beds up here. Just because like realistically like I don't know your relationship, and I am. Nah, that's not supposed to be a meeting here. It's supposed to be a hospital. I'm an idiot. I don't know your relationship. I don't really know you, nor do I know your girlfriend. If you've made it work in the past, I'm sure you can make it work again in the future. But like that would just come down to trust for me. But yeah, I'm not a good person to ask for that, because I've never been in that situation. Yushat, the Woodcrafter, has been elected mayor. May you mayor from here to Ayer and back. Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. It's like if you trust them, then I don't see why that wouldn't be an issue. But again, like, I don't know if I would trust my own advice on that. Like, quite literally, like, my relationship experience at this point is, like, kind of garbo, because, like, quite literally, it's like, I put work first in, like, every aspect of my previous relationship, and it slowly, over time, just dissolved it into nothing, which eventually ended with me just living here alone. And I kind of come to terms with that over the years, but it is what it is. I'm kind of a selfish person like that, I guess. I mean, you know, the technology is better now than ever before. And believe it or not, there are studies that have been done that prove that couples that go long distance for a while end up better off by the time they are together again. So, for whatever that's worth. Where did my chief medical dwarf go? There you are. You need all of the medical jobs. There you go. Diagnosed patient. Let's get that dwarf walking. And we're going to bring him a crutch. Dusk Company of Lobsters has many members in Dark Cosmos and requires a guild hall. The location must be built and furnished with a guild hall designated for a farmer guild. We will accept that. Now, chat, I'm going to pause the game for a little bit because I need to take this pooch out to pee, and I need to ingest a sandwich. So, we've been streaming for 4.5 hours. About 3.5 hours of that have been new fort stuff. I'm going to leave this fort paused because, unlike Long Death, I don't know how stable it's going to be. So we're just going to let this sit. And I'm just going to let you guys stare at this. And I just want to say a real quick, massive thank you to everybody who's been tuning in, especially recently, because of the way Twitch is changing things. It's made growing on this platform very difficult, and over 100 people followed me after I put up that video asking for assistance. So thank you very much to all of those of you who did that. And I know that I'm not always the how do I put this, nicest person to be around, but I'm trying my best every day, and I think I've been improving, frankly. So I'm gonna go take this pooch for a real quick tinkle outside, and then I will make myself a sandwich, and I will be back in hopefully less than 10 minutes. If you need to stand up and go stretch your legs, now's a good time to do that. Maybe do 20 push-ups or something. Make yourself a cup of coffee. Get some tea. I mean, all personality is fake. Everybody has multiple personalities, but we can talk about that later if you like. I will be back in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. BRB.
Sandwich!
You know it! bark, 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 bark.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
No! No!
Oh, dude, fuck you, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
I'm not gonna lie, the pig bone bed is pretty cool. And it's pretty cool specifically because you can't actually make beds out of coal by default. So I would actually say that the pig bone bed's a pretty cool artifact just because of its rarity's sake. We return. But yeah, I mean, artifacts aren't that useful. I think that artifacts are more interesting in a lore sense, less interesting in a like functionality sense, if that makes any sense. It's less interesting in a functionality sense, if that makes any sense. So what I think I'm gonna do here, is I'm gonna build little rooms in this. I'm not gonna do this with all of them, but just with some of them. Specifically, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna build this and this, and I'm going to put a little room here, set this to priority number 1 smoothing, and this is gonna be our farming guild right there. Actually, let's just smooth this whole area right to there. Unless it's a door or a trapdoor, in my opinion, all artifacts are kind of, yeah. Not that they're bad by any stretch, it's just they're kind of, yeah. But, yeah, we back. Dog has had a tinkle, and we have roughly another 40 minutes of stream, and then I have to get ready for my dad. So today's going to be kind of a short stream just because I'm hanging out with my dad. But, you know, initially there wasn't going to be a stream today because I was going to go on a hike. But to give you an idea on how bad the weather actually was, last night it was raining, storming, and thundering, right? And I went outside to do a beer run because me and my dad are going to drink some beers today. And when I went outside, there was a literal lake in the middle of one of the roads. Cars could not go full speed through it. It was so deep. And my power went out. And I'd ordered food for dinner because somebody in chat, I think it was Frog, stated that noodles and rain are the best combination. I was like, fuck it, I'm ordering pho. So I ordered pho, and I was sitting there waiting, and it's like, it's going to be late because it's going to take a while because it's a Friday, right? I was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's a Friday night. It's going to take a while. So I was prepping for like an hour and a half wait for my pho. I'm sitting there, I'm just chilling and waiting for my pho. And then I get a text to my phone which says, we have canceled your order. The shop is unable to complete it due to not having power. And that's the saddest I've ever been about losing power. But, you know, they saved me $21. So, shout-outs to the power going out, I guess. We need to make a mayor's office, so that's next. Yeah, and then I had to wait for about an hour for my power to come back, and then after the power came back, I was then able to make some dinner. So I made potato wedges, and that was tasty. So it was fine. But anyway, I guess kind of back to the relationship comments. I do think that you can make it work, to berries. My advice, honestly, for you is just go read some articles about how long distance relationships can strengthen relationships, and that'll probably make you feel a little bit better about the whole thing. Because honestly, especially if you've done it before, I'm sure you'll come out the other end just fine. New dis, who stream? What's up, Zycron? Long time no Zy. What you been up to? I hope that you've been a busy bee with all of your bee antics. If I make another bee pun, are you going to unfollow me and never come back? I'm blind, and you are Zycron. A nice stream. Let's make this into this. But I hope you've been well. Enough of the bullshit. How you been? Zycron, what's up? Meeting zone, assign location, add location, craft guild hall. It's a farmer's guild, me think? Farmer hall, yeah. The Dark Company of Lobsters. Farmers are lobsters, chat. You heard it here first. Yeah, it's easily. Isn't that how you spell easily? I think that's how you spell easily. Let's engrave the walls a bunch. And make 30 thrones. But we've started a new fortress, which we are going to be running for the entirety of the next bit of over a month. Where's my mayor? There you are, you shot. Also looks like Legless can run around now because Legless has a crutch. Hell yeah, a little slowly, but Legless is moving. Actually, Legless is making a drawing. What are you drawing, Legless? I'm kind of curious. Legless. This is an engraved legless rendition of the oracular portal. A masterfully designed image of a blazing sun, a full moon, a dwarf, a pick, and an iron man and a glumprong. The dwarf is striking down the blazing sun, the full moon is screaming, the iron men are raising the full moon, and the glumprong is burning. The image is a symbol of the reigns of terror, a local dwarven government. Long Death on pause? Why does everybody assume Long Death is on pause because I play a new fort for one day? No, Long Death will be its usual schedule of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm simply doing a seasonal fort, which I've done a couple of times during Long Death already. We did a Halloween fort, we did a Easter fort, and a Christmas fort already during Long Death, and we are doing this now. It's kind of it's on a haunted biome, and you know, taking a break. Everybody needs to change up the scenery occasionally, so I think I'm permitted to do that. But no, Long Death is not on pause. Long Death is still going full speed ahead. Yes, no, better part of a month I will be playing this fort, but Long Death is still sticking around. I stream 5 days a week, and about 3 days of those are Long Death usually, so just changing things up a little bit, you know. Let's make a butcher shop and a tanner shop, so I can start butchering stuff. Yeah, I stream 5 days a week. 5 days a week. Although on Monday, I'm going to be recording a video about Dungeon Mans. You got Pokemon cards? Anything good? I know nothing about Pokemon cards, so you could be like, I got a spiffy Charizard 9000 with crinkle foil and a toothpaste tube, and I'd believe you. He protect, he attack, but most of all, he stream 5 day a whack. Is probably the way I would write that. I mean, obviously, you're a dad. You're legally obliged to be a nuisance, Zycrom. This is like your legal, like, reason to exist is so that you can be a nuisance to everybody around you. Like, I'm pretty certain. That is just part of being a dad. It's just a license to be a nuisance. It's kind of weird actually making bedrooms again. But yeah, no, we'll probably just be doing this fortress Saturday and Sundays for a bit. Although maybe not every week. Like, obviously there will be times where I just, you know, play Conquest of Elysium and such. 25 cat is the rarest card you got, but lots of cute art. Fair enough. As long as you know you didn't line up in front of kids and punch a child in the nose to get it, obviously, because that would be horrible, but, you know. I'm not saying that you do that, that's kind of the stereotype right now, isn't it? Who says you didn't? I mean, I wouldn't judge you if you did. I'm just saying I hope you didn't. What do you guys think of this new fort so far, though? Is it a nice change of pace? Come on. We are so close. I just need a few more chairs in here. Also, this is going to be citizens and long-term residents only, so we can get other dwarves training. Oh, and my siege engineer has been possessed. Ooh, what are you gonna go claim? We have a possession. Krasdorf shop. All right. Grab some bones. Really? Just bones? Mule full bone. Baby mule bone. You know, I realize that that's Stone's favorite number, but 1067, 1967 is not going to cut it. We need 2000, so. Do ballista machines have names? No, but you can name them like you can name anything. I'm going to engrave 2 places on the floor. There we go. The guild hall agreement with the Dust Company of Lobsters has been satisfied. Excellent. But what do you guys think of this kind of room separation in the spherical walkways? Because I think we're going to do these almost all the way up. Or at least all the way up through all the different types of stone. And we're going to put all of our temples and stuff in those. Maybe do bedrooms like off of them or in them. I think that could be a bit of fun. Pizza rooms, yeah! Who doesn't like pizza? Everybody likes pizza. A little bit of pizza pie rooms. Ibel. Tatherkatan. The siege engineer has created Agsthal Bobet, a mule bone earring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the ancestor Toulon Orbflash. Gotta flash them orbs if you know what I'm saying. This is a mule bone earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of dwarves and mule bone. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of the Dark Cosmos and the Reign of Terror by the Rag of Suns in the mid-spring of 550. Bobette will never leave us. Pedestal. Rock. Come on. I need a pedestal for artifacts. What nickname should I give you for making an earring? Kivish. What should your nickname be, Kivish? Maybe just Bobette, even. For making that earring. You need more B's and T's. All right. Not bad, I say. Not bad at all. So I've never eaten at this restaurant, but I can tell you right now that I will never eat at this restaurant. Cool. You know, Bobette Dreadditch is the legendary stanky one. Face meet palm, palm meet face. Pain falls your face into ground. Get your COVID here. Come here to get sick. You dumb fucks. It's because of people like that that my concerts are getting canceled again, damn it. Seriously, I had tickets for 2 different concerts in October, which have been delayed either till 2022 or canceled. One got delayed till September 2022, and then the other one got canceled. So, cool! Feels great because of people like that. And he's 1,000,000 years old. Yep. My favorite restaurant or place I've been in is this tiny coffee shop up on Commercial, which I was in earlier in the summer, which had a sign up front that said, "Don't come inside if you're fucking sick, because the people who work here are older than you and at higher risk than you." Which I thought was kind of great. It's a little Italian coffee shop. Some of the best espresso you can get in town, but seriously, it's like... You should not gather? Mm-hmm. No, I know, Frog. Which is why in some respects I'm kind of happy that all the concerts have been canceled up till November, basically, but doesn't change the fact that I'm kind of sad, because I would really like to. Yeah, I stopped going to... Like, a couple of times this summer went to a pub that I really like, but I've stopped going to it again because half of the staff don't wear masks now, which makes me sad. Yo, we could make a little waterfall down here. There's some blood down there. Something happened. This is a cool little cavern because it's multi-level. Look at this. Like, there's this lake up here, and then just down there's another one. Oh, I'm right there with you, man. That's why me and my dad are having beer inside instead of at the pub. Also, I have records. Pub does not. Pub probably has crappy pop music and like boxing replays. It just sucks, man. Just rough gems. And pet gems can go here. And we can try and do some encrusting. Yeah, I mean, the one pub that I do go to, when I go there on like a Monday at like 11 o'clock at night, and they close at 12:30, so it's like there's like 3 people in there, and they all wear, even if they don't wear masks, like at that point, it's like there's so much space in there, who cares? All right. Well, we're still putting all of those blocks away because we got that huge pile of blocks from the beginning, but like filling this up is going to be good. Let's just cut what we got. We got lots of gems, so we'll get cutting. Also, I echo that. What kind of bread? All right, so Mayor, go here. Mayor. 2 chests, cabinet, weapon rack, and an armor rack. Put one there, and one there, and one there, and one there. Mayor's almost there. Just need to pretty things up a bit. Oh, looks like we're finally out of Cinnabar, meaning I need to go mine some more out. Also, I think I can just auto mine it too. Let's automate it. Nope, it's technically just a rock. Boo. Got them almost all done though, that's fine. That's a pretty popular little gathering spot. Everybody's gonna get real good at growing. Swordsman! Yo, sup, dude? Thanks for the 15th month. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Swordsman bringing that sub back for a 15th month? Swordsman's kind of an OG around here. It's been a while, so it's good to see you. Uh-oh, we need to make more drink. Let's make some fancy meals. Get cooking. A human High Treasurer Kusut Budberry is a goblin. Budberry. The human royal treasurer, Kusut Budberry. Well, welcome, Kusut. It is our honor. His hair is extremely long, he is very muscular. His ears are splayed out, and his head is extremely narrow. His red eyes are slightly rounded. His hair is fuchsia, and his skin is pale pine green. I mean, it's good to see you around, even briefly, you know? I mean, no offense to this intended here. I'm going to quote a movie. As they say in Scott Pilgrim, bread makes you fat. And then in response, bread makes you fat! But yes, I mean, you shouldn't eat huge amounts of bread anyway. It's not the best for you, especially white bread. But few things are better than fresh bread. So. Tatanka, what up, my dude? Uh-oh. The Silver Guild, a Stoneworker Guild, has been established. All right, well, we get to make another guild. How it princess? How it princess? What does that even mean? Care to explain what that means? Kusut Budberry says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. There is much to share. We've updated your maps, and what requests do you have of the merchants? Of course, all of the iron. Oh, I mean, no, I don't believe. Anyway, I'm doing all right. I hope you're doing well as well. I'm just gonna request all of the metal. Just all of it. All of it. All of it. They want bracelets and such. Eh. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Anyway, enough of that, boys. At this fine high treasurer? Sure. Definitely different than the low treasurer. Also, that's interesting that it's a high treasurer. I've never seen a high treasurer before. It's always a royal treasurer normally. I'm doing all right, Tatanka. I'm doing all right. You know, past two streams have been interesting because a lot of people have come over from the realms of YouTube, which has been nice to see. But you know, just doing my best, streaming, playing video games, trying to entertain, trying to provide a good community still after all these years, and trying to, you know, get by one day at a time. I'm going to be hanging out with my dad in a little under an hour, so today's going to be kind of cut short. I'll do a more closer to normal length stream tomorrow. Yeah, today's going to be a little on the short-ish side. A muscular pine green goblin indeed, yes. That is indeed what that is. Budberry. Budberry is the translation. Gladly. What's the good news? The world is too full of shitty news, so I'll gladly hear some good news. I think that my mom would throw a conniption fit if I also left, because both of my sisters are in very... Well, one of my sisters isn't actually that far away. She just lives in a very inconvenient place to get to. My older sister lives over on Vancouver Island, which is, like, not cheap to get there if you're driving. And my little sister lives in Quebec, which is, like, halfway across the freaking continent. Past halfway across the freaking continent, so... I think that if I moved away, my mom would be mad, so... I do my best to hang out with my parents. Besides, no one else wants to hang out with me in real life, so... Gotta hang out with somebody. Anyway, I'm gonna assume that you got it. Stone. Yeah, after her boyfriend finishes university and after they move back over here, which is not for at least 4 or 5 years. And that's assuming that ends up happening. Just because my little sister's boyfriend is an opera singer, so he will be gone large portions of the year. That's probably for the guild. Yep, the Silvery Guild now has many members in Dark Cosmos and requires a guild hall. All right. Weapon rack, armor stand. Mayor's almost happy. Good. Which means now we can smooth this. And we can continue the air quotes pizza build. What did the Kias steal? About 4 days, you'll officially be the owner of a restaurant doing the things you love. Hell fucking yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Did you start a restaurant yourself, or are you purchasing something, or did you like work up the ranks? Like, how did you end up in that situation? Because that's fuck yeah, dude. Good on you, man. Jack, can I get a round of beers for that? Being a business owner is the best bad decision I've ever made in my life. I've made a lot of really bad decisions in my life, but being a business owner is by far and away the best bad one I've made. It's the only bad one I wouldn't do differently, you know? It's like, was it the best decision? Would I do it any differently? Absolutely not. There's no way in hell I would do this differently. 1,000 times over, if I was given the option to be a business owner, I would be a business owner, but it sometimes feels like a real bad decision. I also figured that we'd get the Stoneworkers Guild pretty quickly because I do have a bunch of dwarves just like working on stone stuff. Taking over an established mom and pop shop took some time and money, but you got it there. Hell yeah! Good stuff, dude. Just don't be like this restaurant, yeah? Don't be like that restaurant. Let's make 20 more wooden barrels. And let's make a drink stockpile back here. But I and stupid. Hey, I may be dumb, but I and stupid. Can I just say that is the perfect typo? That is the best typo of the day. I may be dumb, but I and stupid. You and stupid indeed. 10 out of 10. But I get what you mean. That's just very funny. Let's get that pedestal set up. I'm curious, is there anybody who watches me play Dwarf Fortress who has never played Dwarf Fortress and their first encounter of Dwarf Fortress was my stream? Have you managed to figure out what's going on in the game yet? Or is it still just a complete mystery anomaly confusion fest of what the fuck? I think that we'll do bedrooms tomorrow. Proper bedrooms tomorrow. Oh, lots of people, sauces. I'd guess probably more than 50% of the people who are watching have never played Dwarf Fortress. Some more migrants have arrived. Now, this is the point where I'm actually kind of like, maybe I should slow down the migrants. I might just set it to like 79. Just so that we can build a big fort before we start getting invaded. Masonry. And butchery. I don't need any more hunters. We got enough of those. So I will give you masonry and mining. That's a child who just got picked up by Mum. Mum can have stone detailing. That's a chicken. That's a turkey. That's a legendary weaponsmith, I think. Yeah, hell yeah. Woodburner, we'll keep you. It's just a clerk. You need a real job. Sorry, bud. You need a real job. Carpentry and stone detailing. That's a child who needs to get picked up by Mum. There's Mum. You can have mining and stone detailing. I don't need any more hunters. I think that's everything. 62 dwarves. Use the smarts, swords. Chat, press 1 if you've never played DF. Press 2 if you've played DF. And I would say downloading the game and messing around with it for 15 minutes counts as playing DF. There you go. That's a pretty healthy poll right there, I'd say. I do have polls enabled. I would rather you didn't. Although on the topic of Twitch polls, Twitch and Twitch features, Twitch finally made it so that you can see leaderboards on what's it called? Mobile. You can finally fucking see leaderboards on mobile now. Like, how long has Twitch had leaderboards built in? Like, Jesus. It's not perfectly lined up, but that's fine. We'll trade with the humans next time when they actually bring the stuff that we need. Dog is whimpering in her sleep. All right, so this right here is going to be set to flow. Going to be a meeting zone, a guild hall, the stoneworker hall. The Earth and Coal, I like that. That's a good name. We're going to set that to long-term residents only. I will put in some chairs. Let's do this. This, all the way down to there. That. And a few more thrones and chairs, or thrones and tables. This is gonna be a look. Hell yeah, it's gonna be a look. Team Thinheads, right next to Team Pinheads. Also, I haven't said thank you enough today. So, chat, thank you very much, everybody, for just tuning in and watching and hanging out, you know? Not a lot of people get to have this cool fucking job of streaming video games for a living, let alone playing games like Dwarf Fortress and making it work in some respects. So, thank you very much to everybody who just hangs out and shows up for these streams, because they literally wouldn't exist without you guys. So, thank you much. Seriously. Let's make some gem windows. Black and blue, quite literally. That should increase the value of that room. From your perspective, this is true. All right, let's see if I can actually... I think they're already done. Yeah, they're gone. That's fine. We'll trade with them next time. Oh, Olon, the engraver, has given birth to a boy. Another baby in the fort. We're up to 63 dwarves. 10 of them are children. Hells to the fucking yay. Wonder if we're gonna get any more children snatchers showing up. Another kind of mini goal that I have for this fort is to get like a full-size population for this fort without really wrecking the frame rate. So one of my goals is to keep the frame rate like completely playable. Yeah, I think I might cap the population at like 79 for the first few years, because I am planning on keeping this fort alive for a while. So I think in order to do that, what I'm going to do is initially cap the population for a bit. And then from there, we'll eventually work it up. But I think we'll leave it capped for a bit just so that I don't need to worry too much about the fort getting attacked until we're like fully situated. Because I want to, have some fun with big stuff. Kind of thinking like drowning chamber, maybe catapults, big tower, fun stuff. Or also pine green with the fuchsia hair? Oh yeah, good question. That would be interesting. Also, oh my word. Oh my word. That's a lot of war. Also, fortresses are getting reclaimed down here by human group or by human groups up here. Yeah, all of the red lines are armies moving around. The R's are groups of refugees. The A's are stationed armies. The green are people getting promoted, and the blue are new fortresses being built or fortresses getting reclaimed. That's a very active world. Like very, 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 very active. Oh, lordy. It's kind of awesome, though. I need more engravings. That should finish it up, I think. Also, I can't think about the term pinhead without thinking of, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you're just too darn loud. Does anybody else have this problem? Or is that just a me problem? You went 0-2 in your Smash tournament? Hey, man, it's better than going 0-3. Did you get any hits in at least? I mean, that's part of life, right? Oh, also, not Smash Brothers, but have a look at this. I'm not a huge fighting game person because I find fighting games are way too complicated for me. But have a peek at this. Because I might stream some of this for fun. Because I think that viewer games at this would be a blast. It's a one-button fighting game with rollback netcode. And it's $3. I don't know, it's $3. I don't know, this looks like something that would just be fun to just be like, yo, everybody buy this, let's play. This looks like fun. If you could like play against specific people, I think this could be, I don't know, I think this could be a lot of fun. Just for some funsies, like, viewer game stuff. It's literally just like it's a one-button fighting game. I don't know, looking at it just reminds me of Dive Kick, and I love Dive Kick. I just bought 38 grandmas. No context. Do I have any stream dedicated to play with viewers now? No. I occasionally will do stuff with some specific friends, which is kind of what I mean when I say with viewers, but I don't generally. I don't have a specific day or anything. Can I play classic FPS games? That's a very wide question. It depends on the game. Do I play them? Not really, no. I mean, right now, like, occasionally I play Aliens Fireteam Elite with Hobo and Picture Point, but I mean, I don't really play stuff with just viewers. It's more like I know some people ahead of time. First review, the dive kick of platform fighters. Fuck yeah. I mean, I would totally stream dive kick if I had like 3 people that wanted to play some. On Twitch, he makes custom controllers. Oh, you mean the guy who's played games with like bananas? I know exactly who you're talking about. Lorbam! The brewer has been taken by a Fey mood and is claimed a gem shop. A jeweler's shop Fey mood? We're gonna have a legendary gems. Legendary gems. I'm excited to see what that turns into. Also, let's just get everything smoothed. Where'd that strange mood go? There you are. I streamed through Proteus. Here's the thing. I don't generally stream first-person shooters just because I don't think that they really suit my streaming style particularly well. So I don't usually stream classic shooters. Also, I like how you asked classic shooters and then you wrote down a classic shooter and then definitely not a classic shooter. So 3 gems and 2 pieces of leather. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? Sure. Yeah, no, I'm well aware. His streams do very well. H2O. Also, don't care. I love how much this area here is turned into Grand Central Station in this fort. But I try not to stream shooters generally. Unless they're games that I'm super interested in, which is pretty rare. I mean, like, I streamed Fear last winter. I don't get simulation sickness from shooters or anything. Like, generally, as long as it's got a decent FOV, I'm fine. Like, that's not an issue for me. But there are certain things in shooters that I find difficult to play that makes them uncomfortable. Like, I don't like shooters that have really big gun models, for example. If a shooter has a really big gun model, I'm just not going to play it. If it has a tight field of view, I'm not going to play it. I don't like playing multiplayer shooters because I'm terrible at them, so there's no way in hell I'll ever stream multiplayer PvP shooters, if that's what you're asking. Absolutely not. I'll play co-op stuff, though. Don't be stingy on oiling or greasy the bead pans, the bread pans. Bread pans, yes. No, definitely don't be stingy about oiling a bread pan because you will regret it if you shred your bread. Unless you're trying to shred bread for, like, you know, shredded bread meals. Lorbam! Dusim Seth, the brewer has created Idkmud, a cherry opal bed. Okay, that's fucking badass. That is fucking awesome. It's worth $74,400. This is a cherry opal bed. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with brilliant cut cherry opals, and the object menaces with spikes of rhodolite and rubicel. On the item is an image of the brilliant will, the cherry opal bed in blue peafowl leather. An image of it. On the item is an image of Niglisu obeyed, demanded the goblin, and Burnesteems, the bronze colossus in Peafowl. Burnesteems, the golden, is striking down Niglisu obeyed, Obeyed Menaced. That's the name. Obeyed Menaced. And the artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Niglisu by the Bronze Colossus, the Golden, in the North Jungle in the mid-spring of 72 during the rampage of the Bronze Colossus, Bernistein's the Golden in Fathex. That's fine. It is what it is. It saved me 20 bucks, frankly. All right, so I will build this bed here. Oh, nope, not that bed. That bed here, so nobody steals it. And you, Lorbam, Legendary Gem Cutter, can get the nickname Cherry Will, because it's a cherry opal bed, and the bed's name has the word will in the name. Cherry Will. Man, we were actually doing a pretty swift work of clearing all of these boulders out. I'm actually quite proud of how quickly this is getting cleared up. Speaking of things clearing up, man, still isn't valuable enough for you for real. You're heading to bed? You have a good night, Lake Bear. There we go. So that's the guild hall done. Silvery Hall's agreement is satisfied. I'm gonna make a farmer's shop here. Let's extend this and extend the garden. Hood Budberry is done. Let's take a peek at Hood Budberry. That is a very big body and very small head. Meet Hood Budberry, chat. The human high treasurer. Definitely looks high, that's for sure. Speaking of things that are high, a caravan from Unib Ad has arrived. The dwarves. What? Oh, it's all just in a weapon bin. I get you. It's just comically sized, you know what I mean? It just looks funny, that's all. Let's make another stone stockpile. And Doran says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the metal, please. Yeah, he seems kind of like treasurer and bouncer all in one, you know? Well, then, we've finalized the import agreement. I have turned into Smoking Vegeta. And that voice is done. Doran says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Now I'm just old man. Budberry? Name's Barry. Budberry. Don't call me Bud, or I'll break your berries. If you know what I'm saying. I feel like Budberry is probably a pretty intimidating individual. Making another farm plot. Traders? No traders? Well, I guess we're not trading then. A caravan has arrived and nothing came of it. A caravan arrived and immediately left, it seems. Huh. All right. Well then. I'm also just going to real quick make a temple to no specific deity. The dominant responsibility. I like that. And just have it so that dwarves can go pray somewhere. Just a big goblin man with a comically narrow head walking and saying, "On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Steal from me and I will break your head in half." Bah. Which kind of sucks, actually, because I was hoping that we could get food from them, but here we are. No food for us. Dwarves are getting thirsty because I am not brewing alcohol, apparently. There. Alcohol brewing is getting back. Let's actually cancel those lavish meals. I think I would rather they just work on the booze. This is a pretty efficient little mining circle. And all of those blocks are going up there, which is going to go into the tower. I love it. I'm going to start placing some cinnabar floors for some floor accenting. The nice thing about cinnabar is it has this lovely color. Even though I know it's toxic. But alrighty, chat. So my dad is arriving in 15 minutes. So I'm just going to do a real quick overview of what we did today. We are up to 63 dwarves, and the alcohol problem is now fixed. We have a mayor. Next time we stream, I'm going to cap it at 79 dwarves, which we're going to keep at that number until we can realistically, drastically expand the fortress. We still need to do bedrooms. We have 2 guild halls. The bedrooms are going to be somewhere around the... Actually, before I do too much more of this, hold up. Let's just go here and go D, and just go here and just queue up a bunch of these real quick. Yeah, so we're going to keep building this out, and the end goal of this fortress is to make a literal necromancer tower. We'll get there eventually. It's going to take, we're going to actually have to go do some military stuff first, and initially, we're going to be good dwarves, but we'll eventually find sneaky books and then do sneaky things and be evil. That's kind of a long-term plan for this fort. The goal is to, kind of make it a more, October-y fortress, right? And so I think we're going to stick to that theme pretty consistently. And yeah, so that's the Reign of Terrors. Unless I'm really not feeling it tomorrow, we'll probably continue this fort tomorrow. Long Death will pick back up on Tuesday. And evening streams are still going to be Starcrawlers. Monday, I will be recording a interview with the developer of Dungeon Mans, and that video is going to be as long as he talks. So if he talks for a long time, it'll be a long video. If he doesn't talk for a long time, it'll be a short video. But I want that to be a history in making a video, so ideally a longer video, more akin to what I did with Jupiter Hell. And I'm also in talks with the developer of Oddrealm with either doing some sort of on-stream Q&A or some sort of video, maybe both, because he's putting out a patch on October 1st. So we'll definitely be doing Oddrealm next month. So for those of you who like Oddrealm, there will be more Oddrealm, at least another playthrough, because he's adding a new race. So without further ado, I think it's time that we save and say, just once again, just a huge goddamn thank you to everybody who takes the time to tune into these streams and watch this channel, and to anybody who watches on YouTube, and especially to all of those of you who've re-upped your subs over the past few months, because believe it or not, that does go a really long way. And yeah, today's been fun, I think. I hope that you guys have enjoyed it too. Yeah, so stuff will return tomorrow, normal time. I'm going to go drink some beers with my dad. But if you want to support the streams that I do and stuff directly and get some stuff early. Also, there's another episode of Audio Tapes and Visual Drugs coming out sometime in the next few days whenever I get it edited. Probably editing that on Monday, so that'll probably be up Monday at some point. But yeah, if you want to support the stream directly, you can do that through the Patreon. It goes way further than subscribing on Twitch. Granted, subbing on Twitch helps. I'm not going to say it doesn't, so please keep doing that. And if you want to watch VODs of stuff, VODs of this are probably going to go up